what's going on? I am Nando.
And I'm DJ.
And I'm the ever-loving Blue-Eyed Diggins.
And this is Mostly Nitpicking, a podcast where every week we pick apart a piece of pop culture by looking exclusively at the details. Woohoo!
Woo-hoo.
It's podcasting time!
And this week it is because we're doing the Fantastic Four movie, Fantastic Four First Steps, the fourth of them. The one, if you don't count the one that doesn't count. And that's going to be great. Came out a week ago. So exciting.
Fourth time's the charm, maybe?
Yeah.
I think it's the fifth time because I've been calling it Fant 5 Stick.
That would be a fair thing to call it.
Yeah, I agree. We all know why. We all know why.
Because it's the fifth Fantastic Four movie.
Mm-hmm. Because the fourth one was Fant 4 Stick.
Yeah.
Am I missing a Fantastic Four movie?
You're not thinking about the Roger Corman one from the 90s that never got released.
Okay.
Yeah, that they did to keep the rights. Those guys were in this movie, apparently. They were some of the people that were on TV that were like, thank you, Fantastic Four. That was them.
That makes sense.
So, they were at the premiere, too. Yeah, so... Spoilers for anybody who gives a shit about that but hasn't seen the movie yet, which is zero. There's no people on Earth that both would even care about that they exist and haven't seen the movie yet. But before that, we got to talk about the biggest movie news of the week, you guys. There was a trailer that came out, 1-2 days ago, I can't remember, taking the world by storm. Speaking of movies with numbers in their names, Zootopia, I don't even know what to call it. But did you guys see the frame of Zootopia that is the one?
The Horseman?
Did they do it?
So, no, but let's talk about Horseman. Big ol' Horseman in it. Did you guys both watch the trailer, by the way?
Do you mean the one that has no dialogue, where they're kind of like just running through stuff, or was there another one?
The fake trailer? Yeah.
No, the new one came out. Yeah, it came out 2 days ago, and it's like they're in like some sort of counseling for police in the beginning or something.
No, I
haven't seen this.
Yeah, so it's just like another trailer for one of these movies, these Zootopias, with the Jenny, is that her name? Judy and Nick. And then there's like some business about what the movie's going to be about, but it seems like it's mostly about them catching the snake, because snakes are a metaphor for a different race than predators or something. I don't know. But it also contains, and there you do see the big old horse mare, who's probably the bad guy.
What?
Because he's new. Well, yeah, we'll see. But there is also a shot that I have seen clips of. Let's see if I can find the actual frame. They're driving a car, and he is wearing a shirt that says something dad. And so we maybe will be getting a little bit of that one thing that everyone loves, everyone's favorite Zootopia thing.
The world famous comic?
Where he gets Arby's for dinner, or she doesn't get Arby's or whatever. DJ, how familiar are you with this whole thing? We've definitely talked about it on the
I was going to say, I'm tangentially familiar with this.
I mean, I told you all about it at least once.
I know.
Yeah. So yeah, he has that shirt on that says Foxy Dad, and she's wearing an outfit that isn't exactly what she's wearing in the comic, but it's not that either. And it's pretty interesting that they're doing that, So it's pretty cool.
I hope they adapt the storyline.
I hope so too. That'd be an interesting, because sometimes you think about movies and you're like, everything's been done. Even Fantastic Four, around the fourth or fifth one of them, depending on which one you count. And, a second Zootopia movie, it's like, well, you can't make the racism metaphor stretch any further. How can you move the story forward? It's like this idea instead.
Mm-hmm. It becomes a Christian allegory.
Yeah. I do think this movie is still going to be insanely popular, though. I feel like the kids are going to love it.
Yeah, I think
it's
so.
Got all the people. Shakira's back. Remember her?
She's back.
As she was Gazelle, because in a role that I'm assuming was originally planned for Adele. But she probably said no, and they didn't change it.
Wasn't, then she should have been Shadira.
Exactly. That would have been actress. That would have been pretty good. And she's the only one of those, right? There's no other celebrities in this movie that are like, it's me,
Like the
Brad,
Rock, some kind of rhino or whatever.
Pet or something.
Oh,
yeah, he would be like, it would have to be like a pun. Like, what would The Rock be?
The Rock Lobster?
I was thinking like Dwayne Johnson, but sure, The Rock Lobster, yeah. And he's like, I mean, he could come in as Crypto King of the Super Pets or whatever the hell he was in that movie. You know? But did you see, this I thought was very interesting. There's another movie coming out that's also about animals that also got a trailer that same day. It's a Sony movie, so maybe it'll be good instead of bad. And it's like, it's about a basketball playing goat. It's produced by Steph Curry. He's in the beginning of the trailer as human form, but then I'm assuming he does the voice of the goat, but it looks pretty cool. And I feel like this is them throwing down the gauntlet, you know?
To Air Bud?
To Zootopia, is like, you think you've got the sexiest animals. Just wait until we have the Steph Curry animal.
So is that goat the goat?
I mean, he will be by the end of the movie. He's perhaps, you know, it's crazy that he would be the goat.
I mean, I have to imagine it's really difficult to play basketball without fingers.
It is, and especially considering that, like, goats don't even have, like, paws, you know? Or wait, do they have? No, they don't have paws.
No, they have hooves.
Yeah, he has hooves. He does have hooves.
You could probably stab a basketball and, like, shoot it that way, I bet.
Stab it with hooves?
Yeah, like, you know, get in there, like, grrr.
Like, sharpen them.
I mean, hooves are probably already sharp, right? You know.
I mean, they're hard. They're not sharp.
I mean, aren't goats, like, really good at climbing?
Yeah.
Sometimes.
All right, so they need sharp hooves to climb.
No. They need really good balance to climb.
Nah. They
can't hurt.
They need a sharp hoof to, like, get in that rock and just get in there.
That's not.
Like, no.
Is that how you think goats climb?
You get your pickaxe, and you pick it in there, and then you, like, lift yourself up, and another pickaxe in there. It's exactly what goats are doing. They're just, like, stabbing their hooves into the rocks while they climb up. That's how goats climb. That's how they climb.
I mean, I've never seen it happen in real life, so I have to go with what you're saying at this point.
And you know who told me that? ChatGPT.
ChatGPT, your favorite friend for
can't be wrong. Can't be wrong.
Do goats like mountain goats climb, right? I feel like goats though aren't like a particularly like they're not like an athletic kind of animal, right? Like not like a big puma or something who seems to be the Michael Jordan of this universe. Or a lizard. So
I mean a goat could fuck you up with its horns.
That's true. They probably wouldn't let you do that in basketball, though. Although, for animal basketball, who even knows? Pretty excited for this movie.
Yeah. Maybe animal basketball is like Space Jam 2 basketball, where it's like, it's about like style points or whatever.
Yeah. Oh, remember that? That was so weird. Because it was like he is a video game producer or something.
His son made a video game where it's like basketball, except you get points for doing cool stuff instead of just baskets.
Yeah. Man, that came and went, you know? That's probably for the best.
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you guys think? If you were an animal, you could be any animal, who's going to be the best at basketball, besides man, of course? Which animal has the best basketball aptitude?
It's got to be some kind of primate, right?
I mean, that is one of the options for sure.
Who else could dribble?
Well, I'm thinking dribbling's probably not super important for. I don't even think the primates could dribble. Like unless you take over the mind of the primate.
Are you saying basketball?
Do you know you have to dribble? Yeah,
you have to dribble. What do you mean dribbling's not
I'm
important?
thinking
you can just take a shot wherever you catch the ball from.
Yeah, they just toss it to each other and shoot.
I mean, then like seal or dolphin or something like that, right? They already do stuff like that.
I think there's something to seal for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then, to distract the other team, they could sing Kiss from a Rose.
Ooh. Oh, with their really weird CGI face, like in the Mountain Dew commercial.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, that was cool.
Horrible. Why did they do that? God, did you see this, Diggins? Because I know you don't watch the Super Bowl, so I don't know if this would have.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh my gosh, I gotta
This is
post
good.
this in the chat for Diggins. So see, this is the two Americans, because sometimes these weird fucked up commercials come on during the Super Bowl, but like depending if they don't go like super viral, like you might never see them. But this man, Diggins, I'm like this. I'm just seeing the okay. This is like 2 minutes long. All right, you might just have to suffer through some of this, Diggins, but
I think once you see 1 second of it, you'll know what it is. Like you'll be fully up to speed.
All right,
and it's
have fun with that. Yeah, I think seals would be great at basketball. I think
so too.
Would because I'm like, would a groundhog be good? But it's too small. Probably can't do anything with the basketball. It's gotta be big, you know.
I think who's the best at jumping? Maybe a rabbit or a kangaroo. Kangaroo is probably
awesome.
Kangaroo probably, but a rabbit is like the size of a basketball. I think it would have a hard time.
That's true.
No, but kangaroo for sure. That would be helpful. Be like a big whale because it'd just be really big.
But like, what's it shooting with? Its tail?
Yeah. Or a blowhole.
Just
you put the ball in the blowhole and it shoots the ball right out. Yeah.
This is pretty good. Now, there's probably some people screaming at their podcast listener of choice right now, because this question has already been answered for us, because it is dog, because Airbud.
I mean, no,
it's
hold
not.
On, dog's not the best. It's the one that showed up.
Yeah, we've determined that dog can play. Oh my god.
I was waiting for him to see it. Do you want to describe what you're seeing for the viewers? Like what is the nightmare fuel you're currently watching?
Well, you see, there's a parody of "Kiss from a Rose" that's about Mountain Dew being sung while Jason Momoa and an actress hang out in a speedboat, being sung by several seals, in particular one that has the voice of Seal, the singer of Kiss from a Rose, but they've CGI'd his head onto a seal body, and it's... I'm getting strong McCavity vibes. Let me put it that way.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Oh, they'd be really good at basketball.
Oh, they'd be so good at basketball.
The cats.
Yeah. The cats. Because they're giants.
Although they might not have the muscle for it. They're very tender, you know? Like, you know.
Yeah.
I don't see a Bustopher Jones going out there and like being able to...
Oh, no, not Bustopher Jones, but like Skimble Shanks or any of the main character cats.
I think Rum Tum Tugger would be really good at it.
Oh, yeah, he'd be exceptional.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I think it would be good. I think cats would be... Not regular cats, but cats would be good.
Yeah.
Diggins, do you have any thoughts? Oh, you're saying they would scare the other team? Yeah.
So horrifying. They'd see their buttholes, and then they'd be like, no, get away from me.
They could send their cockroach minions to like also disrupt whatever's going on.
If the Suicide Squad taught us anything, rats might be incredible at basketball.
Well,
it's only
if we uncap the number of teammates.
Mm-hmm.
Right. If it's only 5 and it's 5 on 5, there's no way.
Yeah. Just not
yeah.
Just like you guys remember that meme that was like, pick 2 of these groups of animals. Everyone else is trying to kill you.
Yeah.
And one of the options is 10,000 rats.
Oh.
You have to pick the 10,000 rats.
You have to pick the 10,000 rats.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Even if you don't want them on your side, you can't have them on the other side. Like, just tell them to chill. They probably would be helpful, but they're just so dangerous. However, if you could ride them, that would be pretty cool. You know,
make a rat throne.
Yeah, that'd be pretty sick. If the rats could form like a big hand, and then as a rat kind of hive mind and play basketball, that would be good.
Same theory with ants, right? If you get a bunch of ants together, they would crush it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I think they would mostly be crushed by it.
Well, not
that's
if you
a sacrifice
had so many of
them,
right? I guess some of them would die, but enough of them you would hope would propel it. So,
how about this one? DJ and Diggins, you can answer this question too, but I feel like DJ is the. I mean, Diggins, you got really into basketball that one time when you named that one team.
That's true.
Which one was
That's
it?
right.
That was your favorite one? I can't remember.
It was the
I
Bucks.
remember.
It's been a while.
Yeah, Milwaukee
Oh,
Bucks.
sure. Yeah, there you
They're
go.
so
Which
bad
of-
now.
Oh no.
Can't be worse than the Knicks.
Doesn't work. That doesn't work now. Now that we're like so good, it's like
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's-
did you
they're
make
so
it
good
to
that they
the, you make it
fired
to the
their
finals?
coach. Yeah.
listen,
Was it their year? I remember someone talking a big game about how this is their year. How'd that turn out?
How do we measure success? I think getting to the Eastern Conference Finals, that is success.
I think someone specifically said that they were going to win the finals.
I want to hear Nando's question.
Which of the mascots for teams would be the best at playing basketball? Which of the animal mascots would be the best?
That's a
What's the most racist one?
I mean, animal mascots? Like, I don't know.
I don't think there's an equivalent to
Bowls,
this anymore,
maybe?
but when they were the Charlotte Bobcats, they're now the Charlotte Hornets. There was a very fun Bobcat mascot that I think would be very, very good at basketball.
Wait, they used to be, but they were the Hornets. Did they change from Hornets to Bobcats back to Hornets?
Yes.
Oh, that's fun.
I know.
I was gonna say,
right?
I feel like I remember them being the Hornets when I was like a
Very,
kid.
very.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had the best colors.
Then Bobcats, now Hornets again.
Good for them. Recognize mistake, like HBO. You know, we love them.
How did they pay any consultants millions of dollars to tell them to turn back to the Bobcats and then
Oh my
to
God.
go back to the Hornets?
Yeah.
Almost certainly. I'm looking at the list of teams.
I think Benny the Bull, that's
Yeah,
probably
Bulls
one of
are
the
pretty
best
good.
ones.
Mm.
Yeah.
I do think Pelican has a humongous advantage of being from the air. You know,
That's true. If you stay on the ground, like if you are not on the ground, is it traveling?
no, I don't think so. Right?
And a pelican has a convenient place to hold the ball.
Yeah.
That's true. His name's Pierre, though, so I just gotta knock like 3 points off that. So
Mm.
You don't think the
can't have
French can
that.
play basketball?
yeah, which is weird because that's probably categorically untrue. There's a lot of good French players who could ball. The Suns have a gorilla, little
Ooh.
Oh,
out of pocket there, but you know, it's
yeah.
probably good.
Are the Raptors still a team, or did
yeah,
they get changed?
they do have a dinosaur mascot guy. I guess he would be good.
Oh, I feel like a dinosaur
Yeah.
really bad. Their claws would just like pop the basketball.
That's true.
fair.
They're pretty big though. Like if they could manage to hold on to the ball, I feel like it wouldn't be. I'll go a raptor. I don't know. I feel like they're
Yeah, they
still
don't-
pretty big.
They don't have a lot of arm strength either. I feel like.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's not an animal mascot. I don't know if it still exists. I don't think it exists. But Brooklyn, when they started, when in Brooklyn, when they moved from New Jersey, there was the Brooklyn Knight. But I'm pretty
Oh,
sure.
yeah, I
he's
remember that one.
dead.
He's died.
Sounds like a
What
weird
happened?
mascot for a team named the Nets.
He had,
Shot?
he had an insane like MF Doom mask that he wore. Like it was.
Oh,
It's very strange. Yeah, he's got 2 years. Wow, I am so freaking late on this one. He lasted from 2012 to 2014. Holy moly.
my goodness. He must have really stunk.
Yeah, I
Like,
almost hated him.
Mascots usually hang around forever, especially the weird ones that nobody likes. Those get the kind of weird Pelicans treatment. Honestly, is a good example because their mascot's terrifying. That's the other thing, and I think the Pelicans mascot would have a humongous advantage.
Does anyone in basketball have a leprechaun mascot?
Yeah, the Celtics.
The
'Cause
Celtics,
I feel like
yeah.
Magic, huge advantage in basketball.
That's true.
Magic Johnson was incredible.
And it would be like that Luck of the Irish movie where the kid turns out to be leprechaun, so he's great at basketball.
There you go.
But wait,
Yeah,
what is
like,
the wizard
Like Teen Wolf, but with leprechauns.
with leprechauns? Yeah. Does the wizard, do they have a mascot?
I don't think they have a mascot.
They should. Oh, their mascot's fucking weird as hell.
Sorry, Gee Whiz. Oh my gosh.
What's this
Is he a
guy?
wizard?
I don't
It's like a
know.
bird. Or
Yeah,
this is it's like a Philly fanatic thing kind of going on where it's like
yeah, he has a little wizard's hat that would suggest that he has some sort of magic something.
is he a,
This is what
Huh.
it says. Introduced in 1997, Gee Whiz is the official mascot of the Washington Wizards. Many see what Gee Whiz is, but it depends on who you ask. Opposing teams see him as a menace, while Nice Nick has referred to him as the best sneakerhead mascot in the NBA, and every Wizard fan sees him as their best friend.
He kind of looks like if Big Bird and Cookie Monster had a child.
That's why I think he's a bird. He really does look like a bird.
What's the beak? That's why he looks like a bird.
Yeah.
But it's not a beak because he has a mouth below it. That's what's so jarring about it.
Right. That's his nose. It's like a Gonzo situation.
What?
Yeah. Look.
I think it's one of those beaks that like a cereal mascot has, where it's a beak, but then it also has a mouth underneath that can flap.
Yeah, like Toucan Sam.
Yes.
Exactly.
Precisely.
But wait, does the Magic not have some sort of magical mascot too? Holy shit, what is this? Stuff? It's a dragon, I think. This guy's probably the best at basketball.
Oh, yeah.
Stuff the Magic Dragon.
Yeah.
Holy shit. What happened? You know? Do you think is this like the Gritty effect, or when was Gritty actually?
Gritties are more modern mascots.
Yeah, this is pretty Gritty.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This is awesome.
But yeah, Philly Fanatic, Green Monster, some of that stuff. I don't know. This guy's weird. If it's anything I don't like, it's his nose. He's got little things in his nose that look like little French fries. I don't like that one bit.
This is good.
It's probably for cocaine because he lives in Orlando, in Florida. He does lots of drugs.
He's a magic dragon.
He has there are those things that you blow into and then they like go. He has those in his nose. So he can. Yeah.
Goodness me.
Goodness. Well, so this guy's pretty cool. Speaking of people that can ball, anybody in this movie ball?
Mr. Fantastic. It's not a
yeah,
right?
that's true. He has a lot of skills.
Yeah, I mean, did you see the end of Space Jam, the first one?
Yeah,
that's true.
You get dunked from anywhere.
And yeah, so we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the movie that involves less ball than you expect. Not zero ball, because Shala Ball's there. The main Silver Surfer is her name is Ball. She probably can't ball though, because surfboard probably gets in the way. Well, how would you bounce a ball on it? It just wouldn't work.
It's true.
Like you'd have to tilt it out of the way to dribble.
Well, as we established, if you're flying, like if you're not touching the ground, you don't need to dribble.
Right, that's true.
It's not travel.
That's true. Yeah. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about Fantastic Four First Steps. DJ, you were the IMDb'sman this week.
I am. All right.
Because of the corrupt bargain that the two of you struck.
Whatever they
say.
Don't
forget about our corrupt bargain, DJ, for when you have to judge me.
The Epstein files. So, I get to do IMDb this week.
Wait a second. Does that mean we're both in the Epstein files?
I guess
and protecting each other?
Forced to conclude.
Yeah. Or are we trying to get Diggins to lose so he, Nope, it's definitely that first one. That's what is insinuating. Whatever.
Well, you heard it here first. I am the only member of this podcast not in the Epstein files.
Well,
in the files now.
We don't know what's in, what the files mean. Just because my name is in there doesn't mean
that's true.
Anything bad.
You haven't had the privilege of going to the island, as they say.
Maybe Jeffrey Epstein kept a list of people that he was certain weren't pedophiles. He's
what? To be fair,
get these people.
If there's a ban list for the island, I feel like there's a chance DJ's on it for something he did, kind of against this, to Jeffrey Epstein, just bumped into him and was loud at a restaurant, and Jeffrey Epstein was like, never him.
You can't come to the island.
Here's the thing: being on the Jeffrey Epstein island ban list is either really good or incredibly bad.
That's true.
Oh no. Okay. Well. Speaking of islands, no. Fantastic Four First Steps, IMDb summary. I am so flustered right now. Where holy moly,
it's all coming out.
Powerful men who want young children.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's true.
Speaking of those who have a hunger that they must consume, and it's all they think about. It's almost lustful in a way. Ravenous hunger. Okay. IMDb summary. It's there. It's written by well, we'll get to that, but Nando and Diggins have to guess what the IMDb summary is for Fantastic Four First Steps. And how do they get the summary for Fantastic Four First Steps? It's crazy, guys. It's flutes. It's all flutes. So I don't know if you guys know this, but did you know the flute is the first musical instrument invented?
How could we possibly know that?
But yeah, before drums, before pianos, before xylophones, before like electric mixers, before turntables.
Whoa. Are you telling me that it's before the zizzer?
Yeah, probably.
What's the zizzer?
I may have made that one up.
Okay.
No, okay.
You know what it is before? The vuvuzela. The flute
Remember that?
predates the vuvuzela.
Wait, even the didgeridoo?
And the didgeridoo. Yeah, the flute came
There's
before
no
that.
way.
Before the
To make
theremin?
a flute,
Yes.
well, that one. To make a flute, you have to make a vuvuzela or a vuvuzela-like thing, you know?
Well, they started with flute, and they're like, how do we scale this back? How do we take the flute and simplify it, you know? How do we, you know, how do we make an easier to obtain flute, you know?
Are you telling me they invented the flute before the piccolo?
Yes. I'm telling you that. And so what does this have to do with anything? No one knows. But what I think it means is that IMDb, they distribute flutes to the best flute players in the world. They're like, what you're going to do is you're going to play a song, and then they take the notes from the songs, even though it's A through H, right? G? No. Yeah, there's no H note.
G.
It's G. It's A through G. But they figure it out. Maybe high A, it goes to H. I don't know. It's so.
Take your time.
This is going so bad. And what they do is they listen to the song, and then they write down the summary from like the notes from the song, and they have some kind of cipher how they get from letters past G. Because right now, I guess maybe A is A sharp is B, and then B is C. B sharp is D.
Wow, this gets confusing real fast.
What about the flats? I feel like we're gonna need to start using the flats as well.
Because A sharp and B flat are the same, right?
That's
they're
true.
They're the
Yeah.
same note. I think anyway. So where was I? C is E, and then C. There's no C sharp that goes right to D. No, there is C sharp. Yeah, that's F. D is G. D sharp is G. E is H. F is I. F sharp J. G K.
There's no E sharp?
E. I don't think there is E sharp. Because if you look at a piano, it goes E to F. There's no E sharp. It goes right to F. G sharp. J.
Wait.
Back to A. No K.
Back to A?
Yeah.
What? How do I know if it's AA or AK?
I guess if maybe it's like a high or low thing, if you're an octave away. So maybe we go to the next octave, and now that A is K, and then so on and so forth.
No, do the rest.
So simple.
I feel like we're on pins and needles. But wait a second, I have another question. Who's playing what? Like you said, they listen to the flutes don't.
Right.
Is it like a concert or something?
I think yes, exactly.
Okay.
They get them all together. They watch the movie and they're like, just take down mine, and then they figure out the summary that way.
Who's they? The IMDb monster? Like, and then
the scribes.
The IMDb mascots.
The scribes. IMDb has scribes. They take it down.
Gotcha. So do they get a new group of flautists for each performance of a movie? Make them watch it?
Yeah, they'd have to. Yeah. How else would you do it? Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, that's true.
That was a good use of everyone's time.
Just like this podcast.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I hope everyone did great. Now, Nando and Diggins, you guys have to guess the summary for Fantastic Four, the Fantastic Four First Steps. what do I have to say?
Is it called The Fantastic Four?
Pretty
First
sure it's
Steps?
just Fantastic Four First Steps.
Nope, there's a little the before the big F. If you look at it, it's The Fantastic Four First Steps. It's all lowercase the.
You're right. There is a the, because I'm looking at I have a comic of them.
Yeah.
But it's not on the IMDb, certainly.
It is. The Fantastic Four First Steps.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, and the poster, The Fantastic Four First Steps.
That I buy.
So, but on the IMDb as well. So, and the Blu-ray cover. Okay. So, what is this?
The HD DVD cover.
Oh, thank you. HD DVD
and it's or a steel book. They love steel books these days.
They put those there too. No CD in it, just the book. They give you a code. So how is this summary? It's I don't want to say it's too high level. It does get into the bones of what they have to do. So it's not so vague that it's like, oh, what do they have to do? Like they have to do something. But you know, it's not too long. It is one run-on sentence with 2 commas. So yeah, they definitely went for it. But I hope that helps, or I hope it doesn't help.
Yeah, or maybe not. You know, depends on who wins.
So which one of you gets to go first?
I get to pick because of this conspiracy against me.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Which I fully expect to continue.
Okay.
And I'm going to go first because I think I have a decent idea of what I'm going to say.
Okay.
As Reed and Sue Richards prepare to welcome a child into their lives, the Fantastic Four are faced with the threat of the world-eating Galactus, who forces them to make a terrible choice in order to protect the Earth.
Okay, Nando.
Okay. I'm going to go in a little different direction. I'm going to say Marvel's first family, the Fantastic Four, needs to... You know what? I'm gonna start a little differently. After a visitor from far away gives them a message, Marvel's first family, the Fantastic Four, needs to come up with a way to save their world, to save Earth from the world-eating Galactus. That's all I got.
I'm looking at pretending to deliberate before he fulfills the terms of his bargain.
Just reading all the other names on the list and being like, "This, there's a lot of us on this list of banned Epstein guys."
It's not enough. Not enough for me to go one way or another. I think
sure.
Okay.
Sure there isn't. You're going to read it and it's like word for word the thing I said. And you're like, I just can't pick. It's impossible to say.
It's okay. We're going to do some fun tiebreakers. Slightly fun because we are going to be doing them in Discord. But they will still be fun.
I like the plural tiebreakers, like already accepting that the first one will not be conclusive.
Oh yeah, there's no way. Okay. All right. So, hey guys, you know that the Fantastic Four, this is the whatever Fantastic Four movie. There is, this came out in, not by this, I mean, I'm going to explain it. So on May 13th, 2008, 20th Century Fox Home Entertainment released a box DVD set called Marvel Heroes. What I want you to do in Discord, I want you to list all of the movies that were included in this box set. I will give you a point for every one that you get. If you give me any extras, I will take a point. If you miss any, I will take a point.
So wait, when was this released?
May 13th, 2008. 20th Century Fox Home Entertainment released a DVD box set called Marvel Heroes.
And you haven't said how many it is.
I have not. And I don't want to on purpose.
Okay.
So start punching that in Discord as a message to me. because doing this, I don't want one to have an advantage by saying it's Diggins because I'm fair. I don't want someone to have an advantage by saying a bunch and then they're like, oh yeah, blah, 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 blah. I forgot about that one. So I'm keeping this fair.
I'm gonna go with these 4.
Okay.
I'm going with 4. I'll say that out loud.
Right. Trying to remember which ones were Fox.
All right. And I'm definitely filibustering. Did we? Yeah. You know what's crazy? I forgot we talked about news. That is
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
I'm like, did we talk about news? We definitely talked about news.
Zootopia. And then I feel like there's even another thing besides the other movie that's Zootopia. Like a third movie is coming out that's also kind of Zootopia. They've just been advertising. Oh, they're making that movie Hops or Hoppers or whatever, where it's like, what if you could put your brain in the body of a gopher or something, and all the animals talk to you?
In a body of a gopher.
You'd be pretty bad at basketball. Even though you'd know all the techniques, you wouldn't be able to execute any of them. That's the worst. That's like the Twilight Zone twist, you know? You think you'll be the best animal basketball because you know all the rules and you know what basketball is as opposed to the animals, which you don't know. But you're an animal that's not great at basketball.
Makes it hard.
Yeah.
All right. I have both of your answers. All right. We have a second question. I'm going to reveal. It's going to be a big reveal. What I want you two to do, I want the total worldwide box office for the 4 Fantastic Four movies. So that's Fantastic Four 2005, Fantastic Four Rise of Silver Surfer 2007, Fantastic Four 2015, or Fan4Stick. And it's
what are we doing for this one?
You know what? I lied. Just give me the 3. Just give me those 3 because I don't want a moving target out there. So yeah, don't give me first steps. Just give me. I want total worldwide box office. For those 3 movies. And take your time. I mean, it's probably great audio content. Everyone's having a good time.
Just like the rest of our podcast.
It's all everyone loves it, baby. We're making sweet music. Bada bing, bada boom.
I did the math. I added 3 numbers up. I was way off.
How would you know?
I'm way off. I added 3 numbers, then looked at the number my answer was, and went, "That's not what those 3 numbers add up to." So that's what I mean. And that's what I'm going to say. And this is the order of release. If you're curious. Oh wait, sorry. Well, it doesn't matter.
We don't have to say what each one is, right?
Ignore all the numbers except for the last number, because the last number is the one I'm going for.
I just want one number.
All right, well, I gave you
total box office. Here's how behind I am. I'm still tabulating Diggins' Marvel Heroes box office score.
Marvel Heroes box office score. What the fuck is that?
Marvel Heroes DVD box set score.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Okay. And I have your tabulated. Diggins, did you give me your total number?
Yeah.
All right. I need you to both give me a new total number because you both guessed the exact same. That's not exactly correct. So, give me a new one. Congrats to you for both guessing 700 million.
Yeah,
well, it feels right.
Yeah.
You both are there, right? You're both really feeling it.
Mm-hmm.
Can I will you accept this?
I don't know. You tell me what it is. No, give me a number, you jerk.
Fine.
What did you just write? No more Epstein or something to him? Don't listen.
No, I wrote $1 more than what Nando says.
Oh, that would have been clever. Although maybe I would have said $1 billion, and look what you feel pretty silly. Man, I'm trying to remember. Like, these were kind of hits, obviously, because there's a sequel to the second one or the first one, and the other one bombed. I'll say this. probably what Diggins said too. So is that the same?
Guys, Jesus fucking Christ. Give me a more specific number. Go out to some more significant digits. They both sent me 800 million. Like,
all right.
I'm not saying you're wrong. Like, just go, instead of 8 and then holding the 0 key, give me just something else that's more specific.
Okay.
Thank you, Nando. Nando has given me a guess. All right. Thank you. Okay. Gosh, I have to do math.
You asked for this.
I did ask for this. Did we stipulate Price is Right rules ahead of time?
No,
of course
we didn't.
Not. But
well, how you guys feeling about Price is Right rules is the question.
I don't want them. I feel like
don't want them either.
Don't want them.
One of us is closer, probably, so that one can win.
All right. Well, all right. So this is 3 parts. All right. So while I tabulate this, last part, Fan 4-stick, obviously the worst of these, as we've already said. I want you
worst
to
performing.
Yeah, worst performing. I want you to give me, as of, I guess this is today, or I don't know if I can get a date, whatever. I doubt it's changed much. All right, fine. As of October 10th, 2021, I can put a marker in there. I want the Rotten Tomatoes score and the number of reviews that derived that Rotten Tomatoes score. And then our numbers game will be over, and then I will declare a winner.
Okay. This is tricky. But I think this is an answer. I have an answer. So.
All right. All right. Okay. Let me just keep doing some tabulating. Guys, how was your weekend?
My weekend? I mean, it's been so long.
I know we're recording this basically on a weekend, so.
How was last weekend? What did I do last weekend?
Was pretty good.
Oh, was it? Did you got anything fun?
I told you guys I took a little trip.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right.
It was nice.
Yeah.
We didn't need the third game. It's fine. That third game was just fun. All right, here we go. We have a winner. Okay.
Yeah, we didn't need any of them because you're just going to declare Nando the winner.
That's true because of the
Epstein files.
You know what? If you keep going, I am just going to declare Nando the winner, even if you won, Diggins, because I'm tired of this character assassination.
Wow.
Well, there's one way to prove it's not true.
Mm.
All right.
And now, because he said that, there's only one way to prove that you're impartial. And that would be, even with all this overwhelming evidence, to pick me anyway.
All right.
What would a guilty man do?
Question 1. 20th Century Fox Home Media Entertainment on May 13th, 2008, released a DVD box set entitled Marvel Heroes. The DVDs included in this box set were Daredevil, Elektra, Fantastic Four, Rise of the Silver Surfer, X-Men, X2, and X-Men: The Last Stand.
Oh,
I'm sure
so just all of them. Okay,
Yeah.
I didn't realize. Okay.
Weirdly enough, the year before they released the Ultimate Heroes collection, and it was just Daredevil, Elektra, Fantastic Four, and X-Men. Weirdly enough, Nando, you had guessed Punisher, Fantastic Four, X-Men 2, and Elektra, which gave you a score of -2. And Diggins, you had guessed Daredevil, Elektra, Fantastic Four, Rise of the Silver Circle, giving you a score of 1 because you missed the X-Men trilogy, essentially.
Wait, we lost points for missing one?
Yes, that's what I said.
I thought you said we lost points for saying one wrong.
And missing one. It was both. It's fine. Nando got -2.
There's probably a way to game this by naming every movie that was ever made or something.
No, you'd lose so many points.
You would lose a lot of points.
You would lose a lot of points.
Well, if we had just said all the Fox movies, we actually would have gotten a perfect score.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. Well, Diggins, you got 1 point. Nando got -2. So I don't know why you're complaining.
I just misunderstood what the rules were.
Well, it came out on top, so that's fine. Now for the total box office for the first 3 Fantastic Four movies, not counting first step.
Well, the second 3.
Sure. The number was 803,331,946.
Wow,
we
800
did
million
so
was
well.
really close.
You
Yeah.
were both close to your final scores. But Diggins, you were closer. You were only off by 34.48 million. Nando's off by 41.12 million.
Because I guessed 8 and then just 4s afterwards.
Yeah.
Because of the Fantastic Four.
I put 7 and then I mashed my keyboard and put commas in.
Well, I guess
okay.
it worked. And then the final game, which I say doesn't matter, even though Nando, you were incredibly close. You said 8% with 50 reviews. It's actually 9% with 261 reviews.
Wow.
On the page.
Wow.
I didn't realize it was so
Yeah,
low.
I couldn't remember what the number, like what even an average number of reviews for a movie like that would even be.
Yeah.
Like it's so.
It's pretty
Yeah.
solid.
It was really high. I guessed like around 100.
Yeah, you had 35% with 97 reviews.
Wait a second. Hold on 1 second real quick. Hold on.
Right. You gonna start crunching some numbers. Oh, well,
See?
you know.
Don't forget. Don't forget our deal.
Well,
I think somebody said something about Epstein.
This is crazy. But even though Diggins won those 2 games,
Incredible.
I think I have to give it to Nando.
I
Man,
knew
that
it.
would be
insane.
fair.
I knew
That would
it.
be fair, wouldn't it?
Oh, no, you know what? I'm willing to go to jail for my principles.
Wow. Turn that camera off for 1 minute.
Oh, no.
As jail usually works. Yep.
Oh,
Oh boy.
Congratulations, Diggins. You broke the streak. You won my silly games.
Wow.
Congratulations.
What was the summary of the movie?
Oh, yeah. That was one of those. I don't know. I don't think this was a great summary. Forced to balance their roles as heroes with the strength of their family bond, the Fantastic Four must defend Earth from a ravenous space god called Galactus and his enigmatic herald, Silver Surfer.
Mm. Okay.
A phrase no one in this movie uses.
Yeah. They also don't.
Yeah.
They just say that Galactus is a ravenous space god, but ravenous for what? Pizza? You know.
Hungry for worms?
There's
Be
pizza on the
anything.
world.
That's
You
true.
know? Maybe that's what he wanted. Maybe every other planet is just made of pizza. And
Maybe
he came
he's
to our
just
planet expecting more
so-
pizza.
He's so big, the only way to get enough pizza for him to really register it is to eat an entire planet.
And also, I'm trying to remember. So they don't say in this movie, isn't in the Rise of the Silver Surfer movie, isn't there one of those things where Johnny Storm's like, she was like a silver surfer? And then
No.
everybody's like, oh, what do you got to call it? Silver Surfer. They should have done that in this. He was too busy eye fucking her. That's what I hear. That's what Johnny couldn't even think about what surfboard was.
I didn't want to say anything in this movie about the surfboard.
Wow.
Because, you know, that
That's
comes
true.
up to...
DJ, the surfboard is related to DJ being in the Epstein files. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, well, let's pivot. Congratulations, Diggins. What did you think of the Fantastic Four First Steps?
What did I think of the movie? Which I get to say first because I won finally. Nando finally stopped
Horrible.
upholding his end of the bargain.
I guess
It
so.
was
And
nice
yeah, now
seeing
DJ.
you guys. Yeah, it was
Mhm.
nice seeing you guys. Enjoy the rest of the podcast without me. Bye.
So Matt Chapman, the director of this movie, was also the director for most of WandaVision, I believe.
Yeah.
Which is very fitting because WandaVision was a show with a lot of like, aesthetic and like visual creativity that had been missing from Marvel projects for a while, and that I really enjoyed, and then that was then let down by a very conventional finale, just like this movie. Just to say, I mostly like it. I think I like that they went back to being kind of silly and comic booky again, except for the parts where they tell you that you're a big stupid idiot baby if you like comic books. And I like that it's an adaptation of the Galactus arc of Fantastic Four, which lets it be kind of like weird and spacey. instead of just like they punch a guy real good until he's gone. Except then the end of the movie is they punch a guy really good until he's gone. Which I was a little disappointed by. But overall, I think they captured the characters of the Fantastic Four pretty well. I feel like the actors are all like well suited to their roles. The sort of like retro future kind of like 60s aesthetic of it sort of like leans into the comic bookiness of it in a way that I liked. Galactus is really cool. And he's a big stupid purple man again instead of being a cloud or whatever. And yeah, there's just a lot of things about this movie that I think work fairly well. I don't think I liked it quite as much as Thunderbolts, which I feel like worked emotionally better than this movie does. But overall, I was still pleasantly surprised. I had very low hopes for this one, and it was actually pretty good. I have my complaints, which I sort of said already, and we'll get into more when we're spoilers talking about the movie, but overall, I think it's well worth seeing and is a good introduction to the Fantastic Four. What about you, Nando? What did you think?
I thought it was pretty good when the whole movie was. I liked it all. I think they did a good job with the guys. They all seemed like they should seem. I think it looked pretty good. And it had a great production design.
That's the other bad thing.
No, the thing looks great. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean,
you've been on this since the trailer.
There is one thing that looks weird, but it's not the thing. That's for sure. It's the other thing that everyone's complaining about, but which I'm sure we'll get to. I think everything looks great. Stretching looks good. I think the story was fun. I think the world was fun. I think Silver Surfer was cool. I liked how they surfed in it and stuff. Which the other ones did surf, and this one surfs. So that's great. I think it was a solid movie about family and America and the planet and the future and stuff. If anything, I'm kind of, and I'll say this, what a lot of people said, so this is true. While it is a nice, tight movie, like short as these tend to be, I would have liked more of it. I think that it felt like there was some stuff that we kind of yada over, and I think I would have enjoyed seeing more of that. I thought all the casting was really good, and I liked Ralph Ineson a lot, and I liked some of the one cameo that I think is like a cameo. He was great. Better than all those other ones, but they all suck. So what are you gonna do? That's like not a lot to say. Yeah, DJ, what about you? What did you think of the Fantastic Four for Seps?
Yeah, this is like we finally got a good one, which we'll do this at the end of the year. But like within 2 weeks, Superman and Fantastic Four, we finally got a good. Well, not finally with Superman. We've had good ones.
Yeah,
but
this has been good Superman.
It's been a minute, like not this century. So like Superman's, we finally got a good one this century, and Fantastic Four is we finally got a good one. So yeah, like I don't have much more to tack on than what you did. I think there are bits in Fantastic Four, and like we'll nitpick them as we do, that like maybe you could like wag your finger at, shake your head a little bit, but I don't think it detracts from the movie overall. Did I like all of it? Because I'm like, am I between you two? I'm definitely more on Diggins with the ending, but like I don't know how you do it differently. I mean, I don't feel like this is a spoiler, but like it's not like the Fantastic Four like build the ultimate nullifier, because
they don't build it, DJ. They find it.
Or find it, sorry. Yeah. Like, that would have been strange. Like, maybe that could have been a direction.
If they had done that, I would have been like, this movie's 10 out of 10.
Yeah, I think you have different sensibilities catering it. Like, I think, like, there is still a part of these movies where I guess Thunderbolts didn't exactly end with all the punching. Like, Thunderbolts ended with, like, dredging up, emotional trauma and figuring out how to take care of it. So, but also punching.
They did a lot of punching at the end too.
There was also punching, yes.
Yeah.
But my point is,
in fact, they punched the trauma, right? They had to like beat up everybody's trauma with. Yeah.
But that's my thing. Like, they literalized the trauma and punched it, which is still sort of like actually tying the emotions into the climax in a way that I do not feel like this movie did.
Yeah, that's fair. I guess my overall point with the punching is like we still need like the 8-year-olds to be like that was so cool, and they do it with the punching. So, I can't dig the Superman it did with punching. It's just these are going to end with
That's
punching.
true.
I think we just have to, just wait till Doomsday and there'll be more punching.
I mean, like, listen, I'll get into it when we're talking about the ending. Like, I don't mind that there is punching. I just, like I said, we'll talk about it.
That's fair. But yeah, I liked it. Everyone go see this. It's a miracle that like Superman and Fantastic Four are like both this good. Like I feel like maybe it's because 2025 is the year of our just uncertain demise or certain demise.
Right.
But
yeah.
Maybe this is our you got two good ones, guys, and it's like great, we got two good ones. So and looks like the Naked Gun comedy's back, guys. We got two
comedy's legal again.
Super movies.
Yay.
And comedy's legal. We did
I'm not willing to say that for sure until I see it.
Fair enough.
Well, DJ, what did you think of the movie as a father? What was your fatherhood?
Yeah,
because obviously you understand it
podcast.
On a level deeper than me or Diggins ever could.
I would like to pivot from that anecdote because one of the
anecdote.
Anecdote?
It's really a question.
Sorry, I'm going to pivot from your question with a different anecdote. I guess anecdotally talking about my fatherhood in relation to the movie. This is one of the rare. This might be the only movie this year so far. Maybe there's another one, but like 3 at most that I saw with Michelle in a theater because we don't really get to do that. But like we made it happen for this, and I cannot speak from experience. I could only give, the secondhand account of how my wife experienced this. But this movie seemed like a real journey for a pregnant woman. Like, holy jeez. And we will get into it. But she's like, I wasn't ready for that. One part in particular that I know you guys both know what I'm talking about. Early mid movie, fucking crazy.
Yeah, the part when the fox and the bunny come,
and the bunny,
and they say it's about time, it's Arby's time, baby. yeah. He storms off the Baxter building.
But yeah, as a father, great. I will say the car seat bit, real. That's a real thing. And it was me by myself when our son was born, who, I don't know if I said this. I'm going to stop saying his name on the podcast because I think you're not supposed to do that. Or you should try not to do that, not to like overexpose,
You can make up names for him. Just like keep throwing out names to confuse the people.
Just fake names? I could give
give him fake names.
Give him a fake name. I'll have to think of one. I'm not coming up with a fake name on the spot because it'll be like too derivative to the real name. But
well, what was one you thought about giving him but didn't?
I did. Oh, like actual name?
Yeah.
Fuck. What were we?
Well, they may want to save that for future babies in the future. You want to give the worst name you could ever imagine that you never ever name a child.
Dennis.
DJ Junior, yeah.
Dennis is a good one. I should do Dennis. Yeah, we'd never. Yeah, all right. So Dennis, that's for now. But
baby Dennis,
when
Dennis,
when
Daddy,
Dennis
Daddy, he said.
My God. When I was putting in the car seat in right after Dennis was born in the hospital, that shit was real. That in like Fantastic Four, it's so fucking real. So that's what I'd think.
Like your brother-in-law and your friend were also trying to help.
I fucking wish is me by myself.
And you, I'd love to know which one of the 3 you think you are. Are you the smartest man alive, the most handsome man alive, or the rock guy? That's inside of us. There is all 3. Yeah.
I probably only have all of Reed's weaknesses. Like, I don't have his intelligence, but I have all the bad stuff. Like, all the paranoia, all the bad decision-making. I just have all of that with none of the intelligence.
The beard goatee thing that nobody wants, but he will refuse to not have now because of the fucking stupid-ass Wonder Woman movie, apparently. Said that in an interview this week.
So, yeah.
Well,
that's where I'm at.
Well, let's talk about it then. Let's talk about Fantastic Four first. The Fantastic Four First Steps. Here we go. All right. So the first thing, obviously, we have to talk about in Fantastic Four's First Steps is the introduction, which comes in the form of a big TV show, right? Exploring all their greatest hits. And it's in media res. So it's like we come to a world that's already going, which I love that. And actually that reminds me. Did you guys watch the second episode of the second season of Joey?
I did.
Yes, the part 2 of the season 2 premiere.
That's right. It was kind of like that, wasn't it? Yeah, where he's getting on a new show. And this one was a really important episode. Well, I don't know about important, but it felt important.
I mean, it sets up the whole season 2 dynamic, I feel like.
Exactly. Yeah, and it's, we'll see what we thought about it. But this was Joey and the Big Break Part 2. Is that what it was called?
Yeah.
Trying to find it here, but yeah. We watched, or I watched this one at least, and I think this episode is very interesting for all my Joey heads out there. And people in the Discord, just know we're going to do this no matter what. We agree with everybody that likes it, and even if they said they didn't like it, we disagree with them then. Because this is a great
I understand a lot of you don't like it. No matter how many of you say that, we're not going to stop doing it. We're so committed at this point.
Yeah. Now,
and in fact,
this
it
episode
emboldens us.
I do want to kind of, for people that don't know, that didn't see this episode, a little summary. So this episode starts with, first of all, no intro gag, which I did not like. Was not a fan of that because it's like we got to get right to the action.
Well, because this was originally a single episode.
This was just an hour-long premiere that they clumsily chopped into 2 episodes.
And but yeah, we have this episode brought together the idea, or brought up the idea of maybe the worst plot line in history, which is the Michael plot line. It brings that up right in the middle, right in the beginning.
It's the first thing.
And it is this. And this, I think, was an idea that the other episode had started, but now it gets way weirder. Michael has tricked a woman into thinking he's Joey, a woman who likes Joey. However, Michael needs to go on a double date, so he has convinced a different woman that Joey is instead Michael. And he keeps trying to get Joey to go on this date with this, I don't know what you would describe. What caricature is she supposed to be? Like just super clingy weirdo?
I guess, yeah. Just like a person you don't want to date.
Right, yeah. It's funny because like I feel like a lot of the characters that show up in Joey, you're like, oh yeah, that is what the 2000s were like. And this was like a, Valley Girl or whatever. But this one, I'm like, I don't really know what they're going for with her.
Yeah, they kind of just... They threw together like so many different traits that are like completely separate from each other.
Right. Yep. But she was like well dressed. She looked pretty, right?
Right.
Like, very few reasons that you
right.
Like,
well, but DJ, you're forgetting that she made out with Joey right away. She was in the military, even though she doesn't act like it at all.
Yeah.
Well, she salutes that one time. So, airborne, whatever.
She's allergic to nuts. She gives Joey a necklace that later turns out to have human hair.
Yeah. Made of human hair, yeah. I'm assuming it's just one big,
piece of hair.
I expected when that joke started for it to be teeth or something like that. So hair for me was like, oh, that's not so bad.
Kind of looked like it might have been.
Yeah.
And then later she's just kind of like hanging out in his room, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, right.
I mean, she's just super clingy, I guess. And she doesn't have, what did she say? She hasn't kissed a person in like a bazillion years or something like that.
She said it was the first person she's kissed since she finished her tour in the military.
Right, yeah. But like, she's not that old, so like that probably wasn't that long ago. But I guess maybe it was. I don't know.
Yeah, we're in the middle of the Iraq War.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I would say this plotline is really bad. I would say it highlights what I think might be a humongous issue going forward, which is they have decided what Michael's deal is, and it's like just like worse Joey or something. Like he's like he's got a skeeviness to him that I feel like he never had in the first season. He had like a desperation before, but now he's just like super unlikable, and it's really weird.
Yeah, I mean this whole plot line is. I mean, I hesitate to use the word rapey, but
yeah, I mean,
it's certainly unethical,
misleading. Yeah, but not in the fun way a sitcom is, where like, and I don't know what the difference is. I think it's just the way that the actor's playing it. He comes off as like, I think if it felt less, I don't know, like opportunistic and more like oh, Joey, it's just a mistake, but she's in love with me and I can't. That would be fine. But he really is like, hey, but if we scam these two women, we could both fuck tonight. And that's the part that's crazy. To be fair,
That's
he does,
true.
and he does say a lot out loud that he's going to be his sex partner or what was it, sex assistant
partner.
or something?
You're right.
Sex partner,
You're right.
yeah.
Sex partner.
And that would mean he's gay, and that would be funny to us, the people of the 2000s. So Joey has to constantly correct him.
You know what else it would be, Nando?
Yeah, well, would it be? You know, we're back, baby. Yeah.
Well, this is
They
season
can't
2
help
premiere.
it. Mm-hmm. And it comes up a lot. So that's great.
I think it also hurts that it's not the main plot line, so Michael never gets any like humiliation or comeuppance. It just seems to work.
Right.
And Joey, for this, because Joey has a lot to do in this episode. First of all, he has to kind of continue the kicking the, like the can down the road with what's her name, Alex, and then trying to resolve this plot line, which I'll never understand what they're really going for in this episode. But like, because you're like, oh, are they like really in love? And Joey's like kind of making an effort, but not really. And she's kind of maybe interested, but not really. And then, thinks he does to flirt with her, trick the Air Force woman. It's weird. But the other interesting thing, which I love way more, is we're back to acting stuff, because Joanna Man is like, I can get you a meeting with Kevin Smith because I know Kevin Smith. And Joey's like, oh, that'd be great because of the audition. And I fucked up. So it's big. So they do that classic thing from Emily. What's that movie called? Emily, the influencer or whatever. No, oh, never mind. I'm not thinking of that one. I'm thinking of the one with Elizabeth Olsen. What's the one?
Power Rangers?
No, she's in Power Rangers? Now that'd be something. No, it's the one I got it confused with because
Godzilla.
Aubrey Plaza's in this one too. It's the other movie where she's like, she's obsessed with an influencer. What is it called?
Scott
Ingrid
Pilgrim.
Goes West. They're Ingrid Goes Westing him, and which means they're stealing his dog, to give him his dog back so that he will love them, and that's pretty fun. I like.
Can I
that.
say I love this character? He's so
He's great. He's gonna maybe save the show for me with all this Michael business.
I would love him to be a recurring character moving forward. I doubt he is. But
I believe that he is, DJ.
He
Really?
has to be,
Oh,
considering his status in the end of the episode. Like the fact that he's there, I'm like, oh, he's the fourth guy now. Sorry, actor who thought you were maybe going to make this work as the, silly neighbor. You're still not going to have, it's not going to happen.
There's a brief appearance by Howard at the start.
He does show up in the start. He gets hit with a script. Oh yeah, and then this is the thing. This episode, Joey has little voices in his head that are telling him that he's not a good actor. So he's got the yips kind of, and he can't do the acting he's trying to do. Now, we also know that what's her name, Gina, is having trouble breaking bad news or whatever. She's not doing that part of her job right because she works for Jennifer Coolidge's character, and they go. So anyway, those are things that will come into play eventually. So they go to Kevin Smith's house, and he is like, "Hey, it's me, Kevin Smith. You stole my dog, but anyway, would you like to come in and audition for me?" And he's like, "Okay." And Joey tries real hard, but he stinks because he's bad at this now. And this is the first time
he's got all the voices, including a French one.
Yeah. So we hear two voices in Joey's head that are just Joey, kind of, and then a third one, which is French Joey. And I guess it's not even the yips. He's extra like indecisive. That's his big problem here. He lost his confidence. What do you guys think of this bit?
Very silly.
I mean, I kind of liked it as like a big, dumb, broad sitcom bit, especially Matt LeBlanc's like thinking face acting.
Yeah, that was fun.
Also, the voiceover is it's so loud. Like, it comes over everything. Like they turned up the dial on the internal monologue, which I found very interesting. Like it doesn't sound like it's going on in its head. It sounds like it's going like coming through like the speaker, like in the room. Like, oh, why is the big speaker here? Joey monologue.
I mean, that's just how good the acting was, and
that's right.
The whole presentation was.
I agree.
And I like that they came back. The French bit was turned out to just be one of the voices doing a bit, but then later it kept the bit up when he was deciding what drink to get. It suggested Perrier, and I thought that was fun.
Yeah, it was funny.
But yeah, so Joey's lost his mojo. He can't act anymore, and Nick is getting, he's having bad.
Also, to be
doing a
clear,
bad
this
job
is
acting.
actually Kevin Smith, which we had we were surprised didn't make a cameo last episode.
Oh yeah, 2004 Kevin Smith too, like jean shorts down to his ankles, big old puffy hair. It's great.
Sandals.
Just the most, and that's kind of still how he dresses, but it feels like there's certain things in Joey where I'm like, oh yeah, that's kind of what the 2000s were like. But seeing this Kevin Smith was like the most 2000s the show has been by a mile.
Totally agree.
And Joey's
Including
failing.
wanting to be in a Kevin Smith movie, also a huge 2000s thing.
That's true.
Yes.
Those were the days. But Joey realizes that there's just so much chaos in his life because he's got this girl problem, he's got the Michael problem, Gina's telling him he's bad at auditions, so he's like, I need some space, I need to just clear my head. Also, Joanna Man is there, so he needs to like clear his brain, and to do that, I cannot even kind of remember how this is resolved. Right. He runs into a door or something, and then that jogs his kind of confidence back or something.
Biggest laugh I got.
Gina gives him a little pep talk where she's like, you used to care so much about acting, you thought it was so cool, what would you do when you thought like that? And he's like, I'd go in and demand a new audition.
Right.
So he does that.
By the way, just real quick, just prior to this, he was watching from Friends.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, is that from Friends? I didn't realize that.
That was a Friends bit. It was from an episode where Joey asked Chandler to give his like commercial reel when Chandler started working at an ad agency. And like Chandler doesn't do it, but pretends he did. But Joey's like, I know you didn't watch it because if you did, you would be making fun of me for this lipstick thing.
So this is the most like explicitly this show has referenced Friends.
Yeah.
And we're in episode 2 of season 2. So maybe that's going to be something we go with this season. Like, I don't expect like to see characters, but maybe we will be. And that would be smart since it's a spin-off of Friends and people liked Friends. But yeah, and he does look much younger now that I'm watching it again. So yeah, he goes to the audition. He bursts down the door. And he's like, I want to do the audition very confidently. And they're like, oh, okay. And then he just starts doing the audition. But instead, he's not listening to them as they read the sides back to him or whatever. So it's just him doing like kind of Arnold Schwarzeneggerian action dialogue about shooting guns, but it's a sad drama. Or something, and then he's kind of
was so funny to me because he's memorized sides for a Kevin Smith movie, which appears to be, like you said, an action movie where he's like shooting people and accusing someone of sleeping with his wife.
Right. Yeah.
While the sides they're reading back are, like you said, like sad drama where like a kid is sick or something, but. Mm-hmm. The movie he's accidentally auditioning for is a Jerry Bruckheimer movie.
Yep.
And those two things would make a lot more sense switched.
It's true.
Mm-hmm. That's true. Now, I will say so then, but now the best part of the episode for me, we're going to that old hang, that classic. Mm-hmm. What do you call these old haunt Formosas? You guys remember Formosas, everybody?
Everyone remember all the scenes at Formosas in season 1?
It's the classic place where all the friends go. I mean, the Joeys go and sit around a table and talk in a setting that is casual and not the apartment.
As they talk about what happened in the episode.
Yeah, it's some sort of Los Angeles like. And we said it was called Formosas. It kind of looks like a dive bar, but a nice dive bar. It's all over the place in terms of its identity. But everybody's there. Michael, Gina, Joey, Joanna Man. So these are the big four now, and they're all sitting in the booth and they're talking about their problems. And Gina tells Joey that, hey, you know, you didn't get the part, but you did. Or like she breaks the news the opposite way, because they loved his confidence. They were so thrown by how good of an actor he was. And then he's like, well, what about, why wouldn't, what's her name show up at tell me this? And then she does show up. And she's like, I was at a different bar because the line here was long. She's got a martini glass in her hand. It's kind of funny. Jennifer Coolidge is back. And
Hey.
yeah, Joey gets a movie. That's his kind of the end game there. And so that's like, I guess what we're going to be doing for this season is Joey's got a movie to do. So
Yeah.
that'll be fun. But then,
Thank goodness.
then we have to get the emotional, we have to wrap up this other weird emotional arc where Joey has been kind of skirting his not skirting his responsibilities. He's kind of been blowing off what's her name, Alex. And at this point, he's like, you know what? I'm going to do a proper date. So he gets all dressed up. He's like, no, I'll show you a date. So he takes her up onto the roof to a second new set that I hope we'll see more of in the future. And this one is set with like lots of candles and a table and champagne, and it's romantic, and they look out over the stars, and they're like, the stars are so beautiful. And then Joey gets in real close, and they're like both in love, and then it's like they're gonna kiss, and then Joey's like, all right, the end. And then so Joey pulls out of the kiss, and he's like, I wasn't really even that, I wasn't gonna do the kiss, this was all an act or something. And then she's like, oh, right, it was. And then Joey's like, cool, bye, but we can't have sex in the future. And she's like, okay. And then that's the end of the episode. And it's like got a little like sad kind of sting on it, or like a little bit of like kind of melodrama because Alex is in love with Joey now or something. But like, what was Joey up to? What did Joey think this was? Because I was so confused.
What Joey was told that Alex wanted is to have the romantic seduction, like that would make her want to sleep with him, that they didn't already have.
Oh, I see.
And so it would be like they were doing it in reverse. Like he would do the thing that would make her be like, okay, now I feel okay that we slept together because you put in the work. So he puts in all the work, gets to the point where they're about to sleep together, and it's like, okay, I did it. Like, we're all clear now. And she's like, oh, yeah, ha, 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 ha. But, yeah, then we get the pensive looking off into the distance where we're like, ooh, maybe Alex just really wants to be with Joey now.
Yeah. And that's, now that you're saying it, I'm like, oh, yeah, that was what it was. I kind of forgot about that. There's a line that he has. I can't remember what it is. Do you remember what it is where it's the, like, why would I do this when I've already done this? Yeah, it was like one of the jokes in this episode. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't.
In this one or the
She's like, I want you to. This one. She's like, I want you to wine and dine me. And what he's saying is like, why would I wine and dine you when I've already slept with you? But he uses an analogy, and I can't remember what it is, but it was kind of silly.
Right. I remember this now, but yeah, I don't remember what he actually says.
But yeah, it's a So that's the actual end of the episode. Besides that, though, well, let's say in two parts. What'd you guys think of the acting stuff?
Fine.
I thought that was like fun again in like a silly broad sitcom kind of way.
Yeah.
And I think Joanna Man just really has energy that works for something like this. And I'd be fine if they recast Joey with Joanna Man and just do that instead.
They did next episode, just that actor walks in and Michael's like, hey, Joey. And we're like, I guess that's what this is now.
Mm-hmm. And then what'd you think of this romance arc?
I didn't like hate the Joey Alex stuff. Like you said, the Michael stuff was bad.
The Michael stuff, yeah. Insane.
Yeah. One thing that I really thought was going to happen and just didn't, and it would have been so sitcom-y, is in the middle of the like double date that they're doing near the beginning of the episode, Alex like storms in and is like, Joey, you're being bad. But like neither of the other two are like, wait, why'd she call you Joey? I thought you were Joey.
That's a great point.
Right. Michael doesn't pretend to be Joey and like try to sell this to Alex while trying to maintain the illusion or something. Yeah. I guess yeah, it just, I don't know, something about Michael this season. I'm not vibing with him.
Well, maybe it was just a temporary hiccup, and future Michael episodes will be great.
Yeah,
I should hope so.
Let's hope for that.
Because
Also,
he has been the most inconsistent character in the show.
yeah, that's
100%.
true. Yeah, you don't like the Michael today? Wait a day, and then you see, or whatever the phrase is. Also, I looked it up. He says, "Why would I study for a test I nailed 3 days ago?" Is his why would I try to romance you, even though we are
right? Because she gives him a bunch of stuff, and it's like, this
yeah.
is how you get to know me, so that you know what I like.
Yeah, and that, I think, he seems to takes it seriously. He says Edith Wharton. Who's the other one?
Billie Holiday?
Billie Holiday, yeah. And then an episode of Judging Amy that really touched her or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Who is Edith Wharton? What'd she write?
I don't know offhand.
Oh, okay. Oh, Ethan Frome. Yeah, okay. That's what I kind of thought that, because it's like, I don't remember those. Yeah, Age of Innocence, probably looking at the list. Most people probably know her from. But yeah, kind of Gilded Age American writer. So cool. Doesn't seem like Alex's thing, but that's fine. She contains multitudes, as we say. But yeah, overall, I think this episode is setting up things that I'm excited about, or like at least I'm interested in, except for the Alex thing. I'd like that to be done. Just
yeah, I totally
because I want Joey to date, and I know maybe this is for Friends people. Like, well, we've seen that because that's been his whole fucking thing forever. But I didn't watch Friends because I only like my Joey, so I don't want to. Let's start with that again. That seemed like it was fun.
For you, Friends is the Joey prequel.
Yeah, it's like you watching it and you're like, why isn't Joey on screen, or Joanna Man? Why isn't one of them? Because this really stinks without Joey.
And then the episodes with Joey's sisters, you're like, why aren't any of them Drea De Matteo or Christina Ricci?
Yeah, that's true. Oh man, but yeah. So that was just, I don't know. That just spoke to me. Kind of reminded me of what this is, because it's about family. And it's not as much about hunger as I was kind of hoping, because that's what Joey loves, and that's what a certain guy in this movie loves. But
yeah,
that's yeah.
Real quick before we get off into your Alex point, Nando, I think the biggest issue is like, we don't want it to be this the whole season. At some point, I think we wanted to go back to normal, where it was a status quo with like Alex and the Joey family, the Tribbianis.
Yeah, and it's weird too, because like, yeah, she doesn't show up for the end bit at the bar. Instead, it's Joanna Man kind of taking her spot, and it's fine because I like him better than everyone on the show so far. But like, take Michael's spot, and then we'll have her show up, or I don't know. There's always been a weird kind of unbalanced energy that the sitcom has had trouble with, and
yeah,
I think you can see it a lot here. But I don't know. Honestly, I'd be fine with Alex just not being on the show anymore. I don't really.
Wow.
I liked her as the wet blanket, or the but then I don't know. At this point, I don't need a wet blanket on the show. I want hot blankets all around, so we can do crazy schemes.
Let's go.
Or maybe they could kill Michael. I don't know, but it's probably too early for that. Maybe save that for the end of the season. That'd be pretty cool. But speaking of movies that are have things that happen at the end in them, we got to talk about Fantastic Four: First Steps, you guys.
Whoa!
This is the biggest movie of all time, except for probably Jurassic World or whatever. I don't know. I haven't really looked at the box
Minecraft
office.
Movie, or
the Minecraft movie, and Lilo and Stitch. It's all fucking, man. I mean, listen. Yeah, no, never mind. They're all probably kind of bad. But this one, I feel like this, from what I recognize, this and Superman seem to be doing pretty well. Like a little bit better than the expectations were. And that's great. I think this probably is performing better overseas than Superman. But I only know that because I know Superman kind of was kind of weak overseas. But yeah, so let's talk about it. And you guys, by the way, I did want to bring this up because as you guys know, as Diggins usually says, because I kind of forgot, but there was a wheel. Do you guys remember the wheel?
I do remember it.
Let's remember the wheel.
So like in this, in this podcast, people that don't know, we used to have a wheel that helped us dictate the things that we're going to nitpick and help. But then the wheel did something really awful that we can't talk about. And it's currently on the run for its crimes. Last known, I think someone saw it in like Laos or something like that. That was the last sighting, but
oh my gosh.
They weren't able to like mobilize fast enough to do anything about it. So it's still out there. But until then, we have had to get some fill-ins week to week. And this week, because there's wheels, but I figured for this, it would be helpful to have the levitating engine thingy, because that's what you use instead of wheels. You usually have a thing on wheels, but then and it just goes. It's when you turn it on, you don't have to make this you don't have to actually. We don't have to have that near the microphone, but just that sound that like usually is how floating things go in the Jetsons. You turn that on, and then that will dictate what we talk about in Fantastic Four First Steps. And let's get to it. So you guys, the Fantastic Four. This movie starts like every good Fantastic Four movie starts. Vanessa Kirby's in the toilet, taking care of some business.
Oh.
If you don't know where this is going, this scene is probably kind of weird. Like it's an open, but if you know where the movie's about, then it's not as crazy. But yeah, Reed and Sue are getting back from something. Sue is in their little ensuite bathroom, has like a little door, so she's in the toilet, and she's having some thoughts and stuff while Reed is looking for iodine for his shoulder or something. And we learn that what is Vanessa Kirby, Sue Storm, is thinking is that she is pregnant, and she's gonna tell Reed that. So she was doing a pregnancy test, not taking a poop, although maybe she pooped too. We never know.
Double
you can
duty.
multitask.
Yeah. It would be a waste if she went back in and was like, all right, now that we got all that out of the way, give me 5 before we go celebrate.
Wait, DJ, did you say she was doing double duty?
Oh, double duty. Yeah. See, this is the dad energy, bringing out DJ's dad jokes and, this movie about fatherhood and stuff. But yeah, her and Mr. Fantastic, Reed, played by Pedro Pascal, are both like, hey, you're pregnant. I don't know if that's possible because of how my sperm was caught in cosmic rays and your ovaries were caught in cosmic rays. I just kind of assumed this would never work, and we keep trying and never got anywhere. And
so we're just having all this unprotected sex, being like, I guess we get to have all this unprotected sex for the rest of our lives.
That's true.
That's the thing people don't tell you about being sterile.
Mm-hmm. Well, because then everybody would line up to get on the spaceship. But they have to kind of make it seem like it's like, oh, you can't have babies. But then if you think about it for more than 1/2 second, wait a tick, get me on that rocket, Mr. Fantastic. I'm the new thing or whatever. I can drive.
I want my thing to turn into a rock monster.
Big rock monster. So and there's I do think and I do want to just real quick turn on the engine for a second. I just want to point out, and I just think this is a little weird. Did she already malice? Is my question. For people that don't know, and Vanessa Kirby's brought this up in interviews. The fact that she wants to do malice, which I'm sure. Maybe she read the comics, and that would be great. And she doesn't have to, but I would assume if her publicist gave her some answers to say, and they were like, "What do you want to do in the comics?" Malice is the one you would give Sue, because it's her. There's very few Sue-centric arcs.
It's the one time she did anything.
Yeah, and that's true of all of them too. If you ask Johnny, "What's your arc?" He'd be like, "Oh, that time I died." And like, I think Thing and Mr. Fantastic have like a couple of them, but Fantastic Four all do things together. So like, finding a specific character beat for Sue is kind of tricky. But in the comics, in the 80s, when around Secret Wars, 85 probably, Sue Storm very famously had a miscarriage, and that plus a supervillain with a little remote control turned her into Malice, her evil self, and she was like sexy and mean, and she had like a little dominatrix outfit, and that's in Marvel Rivals. Everybody knows that. But the way that they're talking about the issues they've had with pregnancy before, in my head, I'm like, oh, did that happen before? Did we do a Malice arc already? And if we did, please show me.
There's
it.
no
Yeah.
way.
There's time, Mr. Movie Sir. Get you I'll let you figure it out. You get 5 minutes. Just figure out what that malice bit is, and I'll watch it. That's great.
I would like to hope that it wasn't that she was having miscarriages, but she just like couldn't get pregnant. So they're like, can't get pregnant.
That's what I would assume too. Except, part of me is like, well, if we have Franklin now, if we can't do that in the future,
right?
Like,
Well,
I don't know.
They have a second child.
They do have a second child, but famously, Dr. Doom delivers that baby as part of his fucking over Reed Richards to a millionth degree.
He's like, I want you to look at your child every day of your life and know she wouldn't be alive if it wasn't for me. And I'm like, damn.
Yeah.
This man knows how to be a
cool.
hater.
He does. And
the greatest of all compliments.
And save all your Dr. Doom stuff, because as a main character in the Fantastic Four Rogues Gallery, we may be talking about him. You would assume we'd have to at least be talking about him in some respect. So, everybody that loves him, get ready. But anyway, so they do the thing. Then the movie starts, and it starts with the Ted Griffin show or whatever, Ted Gilbert show. And it is a guy who is a British actor doing an American accent, getting a lot of that in this movie.
It's Mark
and he's
Gatiss.
like, Mark Gatiss. Yeah, what is he from? From Sherlock?
Yeah, he was Sherlock's brother on Sherlock.
Yeah, the Minecraft. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The Minecraft movie.
Right.
Yeah,
a Minecraft
exactly.
movie.
A Minecraft. But yeah, so the Ted Gilbert show is the little bit that is kind of what the first bit of the Superman, where they go by his backstory, and then it's like, we love his backstory. This is that, where he's like, we all know the backstory of the Fantastic Four. They went in and then got superpowers, and look at what they used to look like, and now they can do superpower stuff.
And then they punch some monkeys.
So, okay. Yeah. So we get their introduction. For people that don't know, very simple. They're scientists or something. It's unclear what Johnny is. I really never fully understood this. Like, Reed is a scientist. Sue is a scientist. Ben is a pilot. Johnny is also a pilot, kind of, maybe.
I'm not sure Sue was a scientist in the original run.
Right, yeah.
I think it was just kind of like Reed was doing this, and he was like, I want all my friends and family to come with me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I feel like since then they have given her also the scientific, she's not quite the scientist that Reed is, because he is the smartest man, or one of the smartest men alive, but she's, that's why she traditionally goes on the mission. We find out that happened 4 years ago, which is an important detail. So they've been Fantastic Fouring for 4 years. They went up into space. They got bombarded with cosmic rays, and they were turned into the four things: stretchy, invisible / force fields, fire, and rock.
Four things that there are.
The four things that you can possibly be. And it's, so it's great that they picked all four. We see some little shots of like their adventures, and like there's little Ted Gilbert loves to do. He's narrating this whole thing, and while they do it, and that reminds me one of my other little engines. Let me just turn on the engine here real quick. This one just says Red Ghost and Mad Thinker just off camera smiling too. This movie does this thing. I fucking, man. So John Malkovich, as people probably are familiar with, was in the movie at some point and got cut. Like we saw him in one of the trailers. I think we've heard by now that he was going to be in that scene with the apes. He was going to be trying to steal the rocket before their launch. The second launch, obviously, because they fight him with superpowers. But like, he's a Soviet era villain who, has super apes, and he uses them to attack America or whatever. But that one cut for time, sure. A couple of other villains get name checked where like Ted Gilbert's like, and then remember when the Mad Thinker used his machines to destroy the monorail? And then we just see the monorail get destroyed, and then like it's fixed, and we never see the Mad Thinker. And that will be one of 4 or 5 villains who will get little name bits, but we still get to watch the guys in the costume and walk around. And it would be cool to do that, I think. I don't know why they didn't do that. You guys have any theories?
You're gonna cast a guy.
You have to
be
pay a human being
for
money.
15 seconds.
And they refuse to do that as much as they can get away with.
But then just You don't even have to pay human money. Just CGI some back of a head or something.
We all
Guy
know
in a suit.
Can't be done.
We all know that would be, people would be like, listen, the baby looked fine when you really think about it. It was the mad thinker. There's something going on with his big old head.
I had a problem with that baby.
We'll talk about the baby. But yeah, I don't know. That kind of bugged me because I think I had heard at some point that was how this was going to start, with the montage of their greatest hits. And I guess I just assumed that I was going to include the supervillains. And we get one, and it's great. So like, do that 3 more times, even better.
Well, even the one we get, we got to, use him later.
Well, yeah, and exactly. Like, it would be a great way to introduce some characters that are going to maybe cause trouble later, or Reed is going to have to go to for help. And that would be an interesting, like way to play him. But yeah, so we see their adventures, they catch some stuff, whatever. Mole Man, though, tries to steal the Pan Am building, and they fight Giganto, but Giganto's a big, like, distraction.
Yeah, they do the cover of the first Fantastic Four comic.
And they have their original outfits only for this scene, which is cool. But then it turns out, he was trying to steal the Pan Am building, so they fought Mole Man, like, saved the day or whatever. But kind of one of the more interesting developments here, it turns out Sue, with her, the power of diplomacy, was able to forge an alliance with Mole Man to give him sovereignty over the Subterranea. So now he is kind of the mayor or whatever of that. And he's like, he still doesn't like most of them, but he kind of likes Sue. And like, that's interesting, I think. Not usually how that goes. So that was cool.
Mm-hmm. I look forward to Sue having a strong presence in the movie where she does lots of things that are not related to being a mother.
How dare you? Being a mother is just like being a diplomat,
Superhero. Oh.
And a superhero. It's the best superheroes of all. Goes firefighters, podcasters, mothers. And what about mothers that are podcasters and firefighters? It's too much. They would die, You can't do all
get
three.
like a
Pick
hero over,
yeah.
When you get in an old video game, you go above 255 and it just like gets an overload error and it just goes back to 0. It's like that for being a hero. If you're a mother and one of those other two things, it's just like you become not a hero at all.
That's exactly right.
No other podcasts, huh?
Oh, nope. I mean, listen, if anybody wants to find me a podcast hosted by a mother who is a firefighter, I'll eat my words, but I'm just going to take a wild guess and say it doesn't exist.
I can't wait to find it.
Yeah, I can't wait either. I'm excited. We'll probably end up having them on at some point. But
hey, if any firefighting mothers out there want to come be on the pod so that you can hit the trifecta, let us know.
That's a great point. And yeah, so we learned that they did that. Also, I guess it's interesting with me because this is the idea that Sue is a diplomat, that one leader of a people that is up until now hidden, respects and listens to, isn't a Mole Man thing, but it is a Namor thing traditionally. Yeah. And I'm like, she gonna fuck that Mole Man though? Is that happening? Like,
we don't need that.
I mean, listen, who could
I need
resist
it.
Paul Walter Hauser?
I love him in this. I think he's great. This is why I want more character actors than stupid costumes. But and I like his outfit. I think his outfit is good. They kind of give him like he sets the glasses. That's very important.
This movie is in some ways willing to be that goofy sort of comic book thing that I appreciate.
Yeah, it's funny because like the Fantastic Four, they are heroes. Like they are public figures in this universe who like go on TV and get praised by Ted Gilbert. And like we do see some of their exploits are kind of cool. I love the shot where Johnny Storm sucks all the fire out of the whatever collapsing oil rig or whatever that is.
He can do.
Yeah, he can kind of control fire. It's like
that's not controlling it. He absorbed it into himself.
He controls it into himself. I think he can do that. He can.
Where did the fire go to?
Into him.
He ate it. Nom nom. He's like Galactus, but with fire.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if he can create fire, he can destroy fire, I assume, but I don't know. But he does it. Well, Johnny Storm's weird like that because he can control fire to a point where it's like, you would assume he's like Pyro, where there's just kind of fire coming off his body. But like, he can just touch a guy, like pick up a guy while on fire and just not burn that guy because he's not trying to do that. So like, I feel like he has more power over fire than it would suggest. But anyway, he's and then the firefighters are like, yeah. So that's cool. And he salutes them and does a little for. Anyway, then they have family dinner, which I guess immediately follows that first scene. So what the fuck? Were they just watching this show? Like, is this what Johnny and Ben were doing?
I feel like I think the idea is that the pregnancy thing happened when they got home from doing the show.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, okay. It's weird. Not weird. It's just that, Ben and Johnny are friends. They cook. Mm-hmm. Little robot Herbie, great. And
Ben is a cook man now, a thing that's not usually part of his personality because he's played by a guy from The Bear.
I know,
that's right?
You really did squeeze it in there.
And it was great. I loved it. I don't know if Ben can taste food.
He has his tongue, right?
Rocks?
I'd have to assume, right? His organs are rocks.
His teeth aren't rocks.
Are they? Maybe they're white rocks. Like they look like regular teeth, but they're. Does he have a tongue?
I think so.
Like how would he talk? Tongue? I don't think he does.
How would he talk?
I think he does.
A rock tongue.
Oh, but the sounds would be all like scrapey.
Yeah. Is that not what it was like for you guys? Just yeah.
There's like sharp squeaking coming out of his mouth.
Listen, I'm sure they've done this.
Tongue.
Let's Google Ben Grimm. Yeah, so the anatomy of the thing. He has rock parts. He has a rock. His organs are lined with rocks.
With rocks.
So I guess he has a tongue that is coated in like rock. But it's still a flexible tongue. The same way that his muscles kind of move. It's not like a big piece of rock.
I'm looking at some comic panels here where it looks like he got a tongue.
I mean, I think he does have a tongue. I think you're right about that. But I don't think we see it in this movie for sure.
Yeah, it's
Unless
hard.
There's a scene where he like goes to town on a
like
a popsicle just in the background.
I thought you were going to say where he goes to town on Natasha Lyonne.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. This is a family.
Yeah, she'd
movie,
have to
Diggins.
be in the movie for that to happen.
Yeah, but then we'd have to have Natasha Lyonne in the movie, and we don't want that. Nobody wants that anymore. She's doing her weird AI thing. We don't like her anymore.
That's true.
But
do you guys want what ChatGPT thinks
of what?
Oh, please give it to me. What is ChatGPT? Yes.
Does Ben Grimm the Thing have a tongue? Yes. Ben Grimm, also known as the Thing, does have a tongue. This is confirmed in The Thing #2, where during a battle with Bullseye, his tongue is injured. This detail indicates that despite his rocky exterior, the Thing retains internal human-like anatomy, including a tongue.
Oh shit!
I have to assume that
comic.
none of that's true.
But like it just came out. Oh no, I didn't read this comic. I read a different thing run. But I'm gonna look this up. I'm gonna double check. But interesting.
All right.
So yeah, he has a tongue. He uses it to lick whatever he wants.
Ladies.
To and fro, perhaps ladies, perhaps gentlemen. Perhaps a monster.
Whatever.
And he's got a. I would say this thing is like the original Thing. Like in the comics, he's like kind of nice and stuff. I do think he gets kind of the shaft in this movie. If we're talking about characters that get the shaft, I feel like he has the least screen time. Do you guys agree?
I think it's true that he has the least to do, but I feel like he's always there.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
If only DJ was saying something right now.
I bet DJ would say, and if I had just had to guess, he would say, ChatGPT told me that the Thing does have a penis.
So ChatGPT says that the Thing is the most developed character in the movie.
ChatGPT. That's the kind of shit they would do.
Yeah.
They stink.
But then you read it further and it's clear it's talking about the Roger Corman movie, and you're like, oh, well, I get that could be true. I've never seen it.
So what? Oh, he does have a tongue. Wow. Thing issue 2, you do see him lick his tongue. Right in my thinking mouth. Licks his like his teeth with his tongue. Excuse me. It says, "Right in my thinking mouth, you son of a," and then, he's getting, because I think it looks like Bullseye, threw a razor blade at his mouth. But then he hits Bullseye really hard, and Bullseye dies, I guess, or something. Bullseye is not that strong, and he goes like 3 blocks in the air and then lands with a big.
Bullseye's just like a dude, right? He just throws stuff.
I think so. Sometimes he gets like killed so bad that they have to give him robot parts and stuff, but usually he's just kind of a guy.
They ever give him a robot tongue?
I mean, I would imagine his tongue, if he became paralyzed, they'd give him everything. Like all of his muscles and nerves would get augmented. But yeah, no, that definitely happened. He got a tongue. He has the thing as a tongue.
Great.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of wish there was more thing in this movie, I guess, is my thing.
I will say, I am glad that they focused a lot of the like character turmoil with like just like Reed and Sue and their interplay and kind of Reed's like God complex. Like I think it would have been too much for like to kind of work to that thing that they do in Fantastic Four. That thing in the first Fantastic Four, where it's like, God, we don't know what to do. We're all fucked up now. We got these powers and the thing. What if I were person, not thing? And oh my God, this is so hard. Like,
but DJ, what about the 5 seconds of the movie where they do that?
I thought that was weird. I think they should have taken that out.
I kind of liked it. I liked that.
Really?
Like, Reed still. Yeah, I like that. This is a world where 4 years later, Ben's like, I don't mind this. That's fine. Like, I get it. We're superheroes, and Reed still feels guilty about it. But Ben's like, we got past that.
Oh no, Nando, I'm talking about the 5 seconds where it does bother him.
Oh, when he's talking about girlfriend or other stuff?
No, so when he's like walking down the street and he sees the old TV footage of him as a normal man, and then it shuts off and he sees the reflection of himself and he's like, I can't go talk to Natasha Lyonne. I'm a big rock man.
And that's the thing that's so interesting about the thing here is he's like, we know one thing was cut from the things, which were he was going to go on a dating show and have like a weird moment. And that was in some of the trailers. I think they released it on Instagram afterwards. But it does seem like that was a more defined arc in an earlier version of this movie. And maybe the Red Ghost was part of that. Maybe the Red Ghost was like, you'll never have sex with a woman, the thing. They don't like you.
You got a big rock dick,
like,
the thing.
Also, what could you possibly have sex with? Another rock?
Another rock. Yeah, that's true. And then, so then they do the thing where, like, with Natasha Lyonne, he's kind of sad and, like, doesn't want to hook up with her or whatever. I don't know. That part's... that part stinks. But it's fine. But... You know, guys, what's even better? Galactus is here. He's going to kill everybody.
Wait, real quick. This is the tiniest thing. Mm-hmm. When they're doing dinner, and like Herbie and the thing are making dinner together, as it's like on the table and he's like doing finishing touches. I have a thing here called a big heaping bowl of salt, because he just upends a salt shaker over that pasta for like 5 solid seconds. It's pouring salt down into this dish for a long time.
Salt?
It's like a shaker. It's white crystals coming from a shaker. What else would it be?
Like Parmesan.
Are we sure it's not like Parmesan cheese or something?
But he's not like grating it or anything. It's just, and it's like the classic like clear shaker with the silvery top.
Yeah, like that's salt.
It feels like he's just adding just like a full cup of salt to this pasta dish after it's done.
Maybe for him to enjoy any food, it has to be really, really salty. Yeah. And he's like, fuck everybody else. I made it. I get to enjoy it my way. I could salt it when it's on my plate, but I don't want to. Because I can't fall in love with Natasha Lyonne. So there.
Because of my rock penis.
And everyone else is like, oh, is she Alicia Masters? And he's like, no.
And he's like, no, we're not doing that yet. She's just girl thing at this point, pretty much. And yeah, she's probably not going to survive whatever happens to this planet in the next one of these, and I'm okay with that. Because she's already in What If as a bird person. She's the bird person who's the daughter of Howard the Duck and the other one. So,
That's true.
She got 2 roles. We got to get rid of one of them. But anyway, you guys, and I was a little fast on the Galactus. First, we have to see Reed in action because they're like worried about the baby, and they're like, oh, we got to like have a baby proof the house. That's fun, right? They put up smoke detectors, which apparently weren't out before.
Yeah, is that part of baby proofing? Well, I guess with Johnny around, it's too much.
Yeah, I guess with Johnny, you can't have a smoke detector.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's smart of them. Never mind, the movie thought about these things. But then we do see that Reed is monitoring deep space transmissions, and he makes a little record, which is cute. But then, do you guys remember what he's doing? Just like what random ass experiment he's just noodling with on the side?
He's making a teleporter, and that's probably not going to come up again.
Moving some
eggs.
A
teleporter?
Mm-hmm.
Is it? Is it big?
Really, no, it's very small.
Oh.
I really wanted him to do the egg teleportation and them to be like, oh, it looks like it worked. And then he like opens the egg and it's hard boiled now.
Yeah.
That would have been funny.
I mean, that's why I thought it was an egg, is because it was going to explode or something as it gets teleported, but it didn't. He just made a teleporter, which destroyed the whole power grid or something when it was used once to move an egg 10 feet. So don't try to do some math later. It won't work. But Herbie is there, and he's like, I'm Herbie, you guys. What did you think of Herbie in this?
Herbie's
the little guy.
I mean, it looked neat. It was kind of just like a comic relief thing, and I thought it was kind of funny. I don't know. I was fine with Herbie.
I liked Herbie a lot. I think, yeah. If I were Reed, I would also make Herbie do all the grunt work of baby stuff. Like, DJ, did you build your crib?
Yeah, of course.
But did you build your son's crib?
Built it for you. Yeah, not the one that you do your role playing in. I'm talking about the one for a baby child. But like, if someone else did it, would you feel like, oh, you built my crib? That's supposed to be my thing.
I don't know. It's got to be.
And more importantly, would Michelle have been like, how dare you get someone else to do the crib, DJ?
Well, no, it would either have to be me or Michelle. Who's doing the crib that's not one of us?
I don't know. Hire someone on TaskRabbit.
ChatGPT. the Roomba or something. I don't know.
No, we got to do the crib, right?
I guess it's weird to me how they treat it here, because there's a moment that is a much more personal baby moment that Reed doesn't get. And like, that's the thing that if I were Sue, I'd be like, wait, what are you? But this, I'm like, let the robot. He made the robot. The robot made the crib.
Yeah, sure.
Ipso facto, property. He made the crib. Yeah. So pretty good. But I don't know. Whatever. It's fine, because it's gonna have a baby, you guys, and it's gonna be super powered, maybe, but not really, because they did scans.
All the tests say no. It's a normal baby.
All the tests.
Yep. Oh yes, DJ's levitating out of the seat.
I know like that Reed is the smartest man. You know, he's smartest man. But like, what could he be testing for inside the baby that even relatively exists? And like, what is he testing for? Like, I just don't understand what he could possibly be.
It's DNA testing, you know, see if it has superpower genes like they do.
Or radiation, you know, they were bombarded with cosmic rays to see if it has the same rays
but like,
as Sue.
How is he testing that on the baby that's not born yet?
I mean, we can do DNA testing on babies that are not born in real life now.
We can do that now. It was like 1960 or whatever.
And he's a super smart guy, so he figured out how to do it early.
He invented teleporting 5 minutes ago in the movie. You were fine with that. Why is he not able to do our current level of technology, but then he made a robot guy friend.
He invented faster than light space travel.
Yeah. The robot can make a pumpkin. Okay, pretty cool.
And build a crib.
And build a crib.
I'm not convinced that he's like, I did all this testing. It's like, I don't think you did all this testing. It's like,
I mean,
this has never happened before. There's no test case for this.
I mean, to be fair to you, that's what we learn. but he still thought he did some testing.
Yeah.
He didn't really know any better.
It's a great
but,
point by me.
And that is what
Well,
Stu
like,
says.
but-
It's like, I don't fucking know, dude. It's fucking a baby.
Because
how it
this
goes.
movie seems to imply that it's not like a genetic mutant thing, even though I believe in the comics, like Franklin is classified as a mutant.
It changes, but yeah, more or less. He is a mutant that seems to be kind of like extra good, maybe because of his cosmic radiation parents or something. Because, yeah, we'll find out in, I'm assuming the next one of these, that Franklin is like the character that's finally going to shut up all those kids on Twitter. All those kids that are like, the Scarlet Witch is the best. No, she's not.
Oh, that's already started happening.
I know, it's great. I heard someone describe who was it? I think it was Cosmonaut Mike Marcus from Cosmonaut Variety Hour described them as comic barbs. I believe a reference to Nicki Minaj fans. But they're these people that always come out of the woodwork and are like, Scarlet Witch is actually more strong than this one. It's like, okay, but now it's done. Get out of here, because it's Franklin now. Maybe if he gets born, who knows? We'll get to it later. But anyway. Very cool, because then the Silver Surfer shows up. Ooh,
but wait, this Silver Surfer looks different.
She's woke. They made her
Wow.
woke, you guys. I saw a review.
Wow.
I just checked on it and it said woke. I used the word, so this is woke movie now.
But wait, Nando,
Yep.
I have a
Yeah.
here, and it says, to defeat the woke, we must become the woke.
Oh, what does that mean?
Well, Nando, there's a hierarchy to these things, and we figured out where Disney's priorities lie. To wit, we have discovered that Disney hates gay people more than they hate women.
Well, that is where America's going, so...
Is it?
I don't know. I feel
yeah.
like it's a close contest.
Okay, fair
So
enough.
yeah, they're both going so
But
fast.
Disney put their line in the sand. They're like, yeah, it's here.
Mm-hmm.
Well, explain yourself, Diggins. What do you mean by that?
Well, during this little intro scene, we get like a moment between Johnny and the Silver Surfer. And then later everyone's making, like the other three are making fun of him. Like, you see a sexy alien lady and you're like, I want to kiss her. So clearly they decided they wanted to do this. Like Johnny and the Silver Surfer have kind of a connection plot line. And they had to sit down and game it out. And they're like, okay, do we think it would piss people off more to make the Silver Surfer a woman or to make Johnny gay? And they decided that it would piss people off more for Johnny to be gay.
Oh, a million times. Yes. First of all, that is the calculus of that adds up. But B, it's the 1960s. Sure, Reed could invent a teleporting machine, but can he change prejudice? You know, like I would assume in this universe, the prejudice is stronger against that than the other thing. So I think that,
I mean,
think
people
the
are
60s
willing to
is-
accept an interracial couple as their like first family.
That's true.
that's true, but like they're already like the superheroes, you know? I feel like they didn't really have a choice. They didn't get elected as the first family. They just kind of showed up. What are you going to do? Say, oh, no, you can't be together. And then she explodes your head. Like, you gotta go with it. But
Anyone
I do
else got
think
any
if Johnny-
questions?
I mean, and like if Johnny was gay, and Johnny has not been gay in the past or in like the comics, for what I understand, but he does have like things with aliens that aren't particularly gendered. Like, so I wouldn't, I don't think it'd be out of this, out of left field if they did decide to do that. Be a little weird for the Silver Surfer, traditionally, who is like, in love with his one girlfriend, which is this one, forever and ever, amen. But yeah, for Johnny, I wouldn't be shocked. In fact, it'd be funny because then Johnny would be like, something about him, I don't know. And they'd be like, yeah, he looks like you when you look at him because of the face of you. And you just want to go in the corner and jerk off again, Johnny, so we can get talking about the teleporting or whatever we're going to do.
You love yourself
'Cause
so much.
Wasted time. But
yeah, so that
I don't
that's
know.
what I was struck by. It's like, okay, so they decided they'd rather have a traditionally male character be a woman than have a traditionally straight character be gay. Now we know their priorities.
we do. Yeah, no openly gay characters in this movie either, from what I can read.
No. Well, as part
There
of
isn't-
their like instituting world peace, they
Yeah.
they made it illegal to be gay. The Fantastic Four.
I'm surprised there's not a scene where their PR, they're like whoever she is, like their manager, I think her name is
Lynn?
Lila Lynn, yeah, where she doesn't have an offhanded line where she's like, I have to go home to my girlfriend, and then you just go, very good, Disney. This is what we like to see. Classic Disneying. Speaking of wokeness, it's like no black people in this movie. Like except for Lynn. This is one of the whitest casts I think we've done in one of these movies in a while.
Well, period piece. I guess it makes sense.
Yeah. But period piece where again, they seem to have solved racism.
They have faster than light travel and teleportation. They can't have a few more black people.
It's interesting seeing like where we started with Johan Grufford, a Welsh, Jessica Alba, and Christopher Evans, and then whatever his name is, Michael Chiklis. Then we went to Miles Teller, Rooney Mara, Kate Mara, one of the Maras, Kate Mara, Michael B. Jordan, and a fourth guy whose name I can never remember, who was there. But yeah, and we went back a step.
Although it is the first time an actual Jewish person has played Ben Grimm.
It's true.
Oh, that's good.
And this Ben Grimm, we'll talk about it, but he has some thoughts about religion that I think are kind of funny. We'll get to it. But yeah, what do you think of Julia Garner in this, playing the Silver Surfer Shala Ball, which we'll find out later her name.
That's fine.
Who is traditionally Norin Rad, the Silver Surfer's girlfriend.
That's right. Yeah. She was the Silver Surfer in the Earth X version, kind of, but besides that, not
I thought
a huge
she was
precedent
good
for this.
She has kind of like that ethereal sort of alien quality that I think makes the Silver Surfer work.
Do you think she should have done her Anna Delvey voice from that show?
Absolutely.
You know, I think that would have been pretty cool.
She's been going around like, I don't know shit about fuck Galactus.
Yeah. We're thinking of different shows, but you're thinking of the Ozark voice, I assume, Ozark, right? Yeah. The Anna Delvey was the one who was like, I don't do talk to the bank, my credit cards go work or something. You know, remember her? She was like that scammer who had a really weird, borderline Russian, like kind of no one could figure out. Yeah,
I know what you're talking about.
And like, I feel like I've seen interviews with Julie Garner, and now I'm like, what does she sound like in real life? And I think it's just kind of plain. Pretty sure she's from Jersey or New York or something. I think she looked great. I loved the tarnished Silver Surfer more than the like kind of liquid metal chrome Silver Surfer from the last one of these.
The look of it was really good. She had
black eyes, like she had like cool kind of eyes going on.
I think it helps that the Silver Surfer is supposed to look kind of like I said, sort of alien, sort of like not of the same thing as the things around her. So like when the CGI does sort of stand out, it's like, well, that's what it's supposed to look like.
Yeah. And I do think the bit when Johnny and her meet in space is cool looking. You know, then he's like, I love this alien. So she spoke to me in her language. And also she told the rest of you guys that she was going to Galactus was coming to kill us or something. So we should go to space and follow her. And that's their plan. And they get all their spacesuits together, kill the red ghost off screen, and then go back into space to do this. But they're like, oh, but what about the baby? And it's like, I don't know, man. Whatever. We don't really have a choice. Because I do think you could leave Sue at home for this, right? Like, that doesn't seem like a crazy...
I mean, she's like the strongest one of them.
Yeah, she makes the ship invisible.
Oh, sure.
It's very important.
But they don't know what they're... Like, I feel like for this, it seems like what they think they're going to do is just fly up, find a guy, punch him, and then run away.
Well, that's what Ben and Johnny think they're going to do. Reed is like, we're going to go get some samples and figure out what's going on.
And then if that's what it is, definitely don't bring Sue. Like, we don't need... She's in so much danger. Like, well, I don't know.
Have you considered, Nando, that they're a family?
They are a family.
They have to do things together because they're a family.
And I liked, I think that's pretty cool. The families do stuff together, and they go into space together, and everybody liked it. And like Diggins said, they have a faster than light, kind of like little ship attachment floating in orbit that they use.
Confused me.
Yeah, I guess it makes sense for what they're doing.
I mean, look, I got it. Like once they were like, "This is what we're doing," I was like, "Okay," but I was like, "Why is that just there?"
Yeah, I was like, "Hey, why?" Well, we'll get to it. But yeah, so they go through space to find where Galactus is because they can kind of, I guess, track Shalabal's energy signature or whatever. I don't remember. That's probably what they say.
Well, first they say they can't track her energy signature, and then in a later scene they're like, "We've tracked her energy signature." And I was like, "I guess they can do that now."
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what the explanation there is, but they get to a planet, and then they're like, "Where is she? Is she in the planet? I don't see her, but her energy's all around." And then the planet explodes. Or implodes, I guess. Whoa. There's a big giant ship in the middle of it that kind of looks like a big drill or whatever, and it eats them all up. Gets them in a little tractor beam. And I bet they're like, "We probably should have left Sue at home for this, but they didn't listen to me." So that's what they're getting anyway. And then Shalabal meets them, and she's like, "Hey, I'm here for this too. You should go home."
Right.
And they're like, "We can't." And they're like, "All right."
Well,
Johnny
she's like,
flirts with her a
"Galactus
little
wants
bit.
to talk to you."
Yeah, and then she's like, "You gotta talk to Galactus." And there's there's a little bit of chemistry between her and Johnny. I think they could, I mean, like anatomically, it's going to be tricky, but you could figure out.
She can phase. She can phase through things. I think that they can.
That's
true. Use that.
Yeah.
What's the plot important thing that she tells Johnny here, Nando?
No, she tells him what that thing that she said in her language was, which was some version of "die with your people" or something like that.
Die with yours.
Die with yours, yeah. Which is pretty cool. She says that, and then he's like, "Okay," and then we'll see if that comes up later. But then they meet Galactus, who is a big guy in a chair, and it's Ralph Ineson from all that stuff, Game of Thrones and whatever.
From knowing how to tell children how to act better.
Yeah, from being nice to kids. He has a big helmet and big eyes and stuff, and he looks at Sue, and he's like, "I've got an idea, you guys. I don't need to eat your baby, or I don't need to eat the Earth because I can eat your baby instead."
Ooh.
And Mr. Fantastic says, "No deal." And he's like,
"Well,
I'm going to do it right now."
Why does Galactus want that baby?
So Galactus wants the baby because he hungers, he has eternal hunger, and cannot be satiated. But because of the magic of the baby, which has up until now been, rumored or like expected, but not confirmed by the actual members of the Fantastic Four, the baby can somehow take his place, or maybe just make him not hungry anymore. I can't remember which one they're going for.
I think it's take his place because he's like, he could inherit this cursed throne.
Right. And I like that because they do suggest that he's from a different dimension and like from the previous version of this universe. Yeah, which is cool.
Which is, I believe, the official origin of Galactus.
Yeah, he's a scientist named Galen who does some bullshit. I can't remember what it is, and then ends up in our universe as Galactus. And yeah,
and
cool.
What power does Franklin, which we don't know that's his name yet, but who cares, have that would allow him to inherit this power?
The power of family? The greatest power of all?
Just the specific Marvel name for it that he says.
The power cosmic, which is the power that has been he imbued with the Silver Surfer, some power cosmic, and it makes you go purple. So it's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Makes your eyes all purpley and black.
It's Marvel is just kind of like, you're a weird space alien with magic powers. You have the power cosmic.
Yeah, and it's pretty good. Like, I do think it usually tops the list of like the things you can have. Like, so it's pretty cool. That's why the Silver Surfer is like so OP usually. Is because he's just got lots of that. But Galactus is like, "Give me your baby right now because I want it." But then Johnny blows up his tubes And Galactus is like, "Oh no, my tubes!"
And
they
I was
all
like,
ran away.
what the hell is happening in this scene?
What were those tubes doing? Pumping lava into him for his heart?
I think he's absorbing the planet that they just exploded, and I guess he eats the core of the planet through tubes on his back. I don't know, but
yeah, that makes sense. But just, I don't know, the way it was filmed, I was like, where is Johnny and what is he doing and why does it matter?
He's getting his tubes, you know, which is what I would do if I was Johnny. I'd go straight for the tube. He goes for the eyes too later, which is also a good idea. But yeah, he hits those tubes real good. But then the Silver Surfer tries to get him, and then Ben Grimm just throws the Silver Surfer into a wall, which is pretty cool. And they manage to escape just in the nick of time. And they go to Lightspeed. They kind of slide into the Lightspeed ring fast enough that you'd be like, it's broken now, but it's not. And then they go into space and they're safe from everybody.
Are they?
Or are they? Oh, yeah. Also, Sue's giving birth. Because when they're in the little tube, the Star Wars space travel tube, it turns out that the Silver Surfer could just go in that. And she's fucking blasting around, doing 6 surfing moves. It's pretty cool.
They start playing that, you know, I forget the name of that song. You know, it's like...
Yeah. I mean, that's very 60s-y, so that would fit very well. And like Johnny does call it a surfboard. They should use the word Silver Surfer in this, but they don't.
They're too embarrassed. Like when they're like, "Hey, say it's clobbering time," and the thing's like, "Only stupid idiot babies who pee and poop their diapers would ever think saying it's clobbering time is cool."
Yeah, but also in that moment, I feel like Ben is like, does think it's cool, but he doesn't want to think it's cool. He doesn't want Johnny to hear that he thinks it's cool. It's kind of how I read, because he's so hyped when he says it, when he actually does say it, but he's like, he can't. Now, he was giving Johnny shit for his little catchphrase before when he was playing with the little toy or whatever. So I don't know. They it's a weird catchphrase, to be fair. Especially if you're not going to clobber people, right? Like, they don't clobber Galactus later. Is a clobber a punch?
They should.
Would you consider it a punch?
I think it's a little more than just a punch. It's like beating someone up.
It's like a pummeling.
Sure. Yeah. But he's like, it's bouncing time. That's what he should have said. And they didn't. Man, we're just saving that for the next one. But anyway, so Shalabal, the Silver Surfer, flies into the tube, and then she could also kind of go into the ship, but then right as they're about to, they managed to get away from her a couple times, and then Reed comes up with an idea to get him near a black hole, because Reed is the smartest man alive, and he's like, we can time dilation her, like in the movies, and Sue's giving birth, but at the same time, he's like, make the whole ship invisible, and he hides the ship. Makes her think they're going into the black hole for some reason. But I guess like at this point, it's like, fuck it, man. They've got plans. And instead, they just destroy the faster than light thingy, and then use the gravity of the ship of the black hole to slingshot themselves or something.
They go
and Shalabal gets trapped in it.
They go at 0.88 the speed of light. Which means that it should take them several years to get back to Earth, because the closest star to Earth is still like a few light years away. Yeah. The closest star to Earth is Proxima Centauri, which is 4.2465 light years away from Earth. So if they are traveling sub-light speed, even if that was Proxima Centauri, which it's not, because Proxima Centauri is not a black hole, would take them multiple years to get back.
If they didn't do it so well. The Thing gets it just right because he's the best pilot there ever was. And at the same time, they give birth to the baby. What do we think of that, guys?
Insane. I mean, of course it was here that was going to happen, but...
DJ, I wanted to ask, I actually think we should do it with like, and go to DJ's birthing corner.
No.
Yeah.
No, that's the name of it. DJ, honest, how would you say the realism of this birth scene holds up? Like, it's this clean and like fast, right?
Yeah, there's the well, no blood, so crushed it.
That's what I say.
That's
Clean.
great.
Yep,
Yeah.
no blood.
The baby's not covered in any blood.
What else? It's tough because I don't know if I've said this before, but Michelle Dennis was born via C-section, so little bit of a different
Sure.
scenario.
Like the actual like delivery was different, but just general birth stuff in your birthing corner.
Yeah. God, why am I my brain is so torched? A lot of blood. Blood.
And
But
afterbirth.
but again, because of force field, maybe you would clean that up with the force field,
yeah.
Or maybe it is, maybe the whole thing is covered in blood, but she's invisibled it,
Oh.
Maybe like Johnny
That's
would
something
get
to
out of his chair and go, "What the fuck is all this?
I think-
no!
All this blood and placenta.
It's in my mouth."
I think what I'm learning
That's
is I
probably
didn't
what it was.
look around a lot. I was really focused on, my wife and the baby. I think that's what I'm
You weren't
learning.
like, yeah.
I
I mean,
wasn't like, what's all down here?
yeah. That's, well, now nothing. You saw the movie.
It's actually
nothing.
pretty fine. And like immediately afterwards, Michelle was just like, "I'm completely fine now," right?
Well, that's the biggest thing, right? Is that like it's just like laid out. It's like you're done. You're fucking done,
Especially if you did it without any medication whatsoever.
bro. Yeah.
Wow.
And pretty quick, at least quick labor, I guess, which is good.
Although it does
Yeah.
appear to be a Galactus-induced labor, so maybe that helps.
Yeah,
That's true. Yeah.
wild.
It's part of me thought when this was happening that what we were going to do in the movie was they were going to, like, I thought it was going to be what Diggins said, where like 4 years passes in the spaceship or something, and the baby grows up like before they even get to Earth a little bit.
Right.
Well, we know it can't
I
be
don't know
that
why
long
I thought
because
that.
Reed already says like she's going to be trapped in that star for a month, and I'm like, that seems
that's true.
like a really short amount of time for how time dilation works.
Yeah, that's true. And also, what does that even mean? Like, trapped in that star, she's trapped in it. She can't get out. Like, why do you think she can get out, Reed?
Well, if she can move faster than the speed of light, then there's literally no black hole that would suck you in faster than that. So
That's
his
true.
point is just like yeah, she can get out because she can move faster, but because of the time dilation effects of moving so close to a black hole like that, she will lose time. Now, they should all be losing time anytime they're traveling close to the speed of light, because that's what time dilation is, but like, don't worry about it.
What if they got back to Earth and it was the MCU and there was like, oh, it's 2027 and there's
really,
a blip and
they should be getting back to
look at
Earth
that.
and it's like the year 30,000 with how much time, with how fast they're going and for how long.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting too, because like while the Silver Surfer can travel faster than light, it doesn't seem like Galactus can. Feels like Galactus kind of just cruises. And then it feels like Galactus is way further away than it seems like. Like, how much time do you think passes between when they get to Earth and then Galactus shows up? Feels like a couple of weeks, maybe a month. Not a lot of time.
I felt like a couple months, maybe.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know.
Especially
But
when
it's
you
pretty
consider,
cool.
like, we get a marker later where it's like, he's right outside Jupiter right now. And it's like,
That's right.
if he was going that slowly, like, in the time it takes him from get to Jupiter to Earth, the whole time, like, yeah, this would take centuries.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And that would
Maybe
be
we
the
should
fun
stop
part
it off
of it.
for a little rest stop.
That's true. Yeah, maybe he just likes that part of the galaxy and he's like, I am going to take my time while I'm in, Voxima Centauro or whatever. But then once I get out of that, we're going to hit 60 and cruise.
A lot of moons check out. A lot
Yeah.
of moons.
But they do get home instead. They land the rocket and everybody's excited to see the rocket land. I'm like, get away from the rocket, you guys. I've seen enough of these. I saw the one from where was it? China last week, or who shot a rocket off that exploded the other day?
Elon Musk.
There's nobody in it. No, it wasn't Elon Musk. It was somebody else. That's why it's a country that's not known for their rockets. I don't know, Australia maybe or something. They did it and it didn't work. So they, but this one works. And then they go to a press conference and they're like, the guys are like, "How did you beat up Galactus?" And they're like, "We didn't. He's gonna kill all of you
Whoops.
in a short amount of time." So, also we have a baby now, so that's fun. And they
and everyone's like, and Reed's like, Galactus wanted too high a price.
Yeah.
So like, what was the price?
$1 billion.
Yeah, and he says instead, "Our son." And then I really feel like in that scene, someone's like, "But your son will die anyway, so I guess give him your son." But I guess they don't know what Galactus is, so it's kind of like torture forever.
Right.
But yeah, so then people get a little testy, and this might be something that we see more of in the rest of the movie. Maybe. Yeah, so then the next thing that happens is Silver Surfer gets in trouble with Galactus. He yells at her about not getting the guys.
That's her one job.
Stealing that baby.
Yeah, not getting the baby. And she did try. Like,
she gave it the old college try. Like, I think she reached into Sue's stomach, her little tummy at one point.
Yeah.
It was like, I'm gonna get that baby.
Yeah, like I feel like Galactus is kind of like, "Oh, you're insubordinate, Silver Surfer." And I guess the Silver Surfer was like, "You shouldn't have come here." But like, besides that, the Silver Surfer's been she's been doing her best.
I think it's because in this scene, she's like, he is just a baby. And Galactus is like, "Fuck you."
That's true.
It's a great point by Galactus, though. Yeah.
And, you know, maybe he's not just a baby. Maybe he's something even cooler than that. And we'll find out that the Fantastic Four, this comes, I think, next, just start testing him because they're like, "Is he super baby or what?" And then they can't find any super baby genes in him, which is funny.
Unlike Sydney Sweeney, does not have great genes.
He does not have great genes. I mean, he has pretty good genes, to be fair, but not the best genes. Do you think Sydney Sweeney's gonna come? Galactus can come get Sydney Sweeney?
Will that
incredible genes? Oh shit!
Will that satiate his hunger? That's the question.
I mean, I think the state that Sydney Sweeney seems to induce in most people is thirst.
That's true.
Do you think that the Sydney Sweeney bathwater soap might sate Galactus?
I was gonna say, the minute I saw that ad, I spit out my bathwater soap. I said, "No, thank you. I'm done." And then I didn't have anything to wash my mouth out with because I've switched all my soap to the bathwater soap.
Oh no! Now you can't curse.
Yep. If I do, I have to live with it, like albatross forever.
Shame.
Yeah. But yeah, head baby doesn't have genes. But let's talk about the baby real quick.
Yeah.
Beep 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 beep. The baby. The baby looks weird, right? It's tough.
Well, what's tough? They have to stop making babies in computers. Is that what is tough?
Well, or what? They have to stop. They have to like get the baby on a rig. So because if Ben's holding the baby, what are they supposed to do? Like have a giant man hold the baby and then CGI around him, I guess?
They just have to film all of the Franklin scenes 30 minutes at a time.
Yeah. But I don't know. Maybe we have to lower our expectations dramatically for babies.
I think this is our fault for making fun of the American Sniper baby too hard.
Yeah.
That we are paying for
true.
the sins
now
of that.
Did either of you watch American Sniper?
I did.
Yeah. Well, I've seen that scene.
I watched the whole damn thing
many times.
I'm gonna say that baby doesn't look great.
Yeah, I understand.
Well, apparently,
Squid Game baby didn't look great. This baby didn't look great. Like it's tough. I'm saying it's tough,
guys. There's obviously a solution here that we're all just ignoring.
Yo.
We have to repeal all child labor laws. They should just be able to have a baby on a film set for as long as they want.
I mean, the babies love it, right? Probably. Like they're like, "Ooh,
yeah,
lights, They don't even know.
Attention, right?
Yeah. Toys.
People
I'm
getting
sure the
mad at
directors-
them whenever they like
Yep.
ruin a shot.
Yeah, when they're not convincingly being carried by the thing or whatever. I do feel like this baby should be freaking out a little bit more than it is, but then again, it was born
Well,
to the thing cutting its umbilical cord, so maybe it's just like, yeah, that's what guys are.
Also,
Also-
Big Rock Guy is one of them.
like all newborn babies in movies, this is clearly a baby that's a couple months older than it's supposed to be.
yeah. Which, if we're making them in computers anyway, let's go for it. Let's make a 30-minute old baby, a little pink shriveled thing that can't open its eyes, and let's go with that. Right.
Or the alternative, just don't put the baby in every scene. Assume that they are, putting the baby in a super good tube or something to incubate it or whatever. I don't know. Whatever Reed would have. But, like, it doesn't need to come to the meeting about what to do about Galactus. Yet there it is.
Are you saying they should just neglect their baby, Nando?
They should give the robot the baby. The robot loves the baby.
Yeah, that's true.
It's going to be what they do in the end of the movie anyway. So fuck it. Get the robot ready for some baby one-on-one time and stuff. I don't know. That's what I would do.
Is it going to be
personally.
like when rich people who hire nannies, like their kids end up speaking fluent Spanish because the nannies basically raise them? Franklin will grow up speaking robot.
Kid's gonna speak Herbie language. Yeah. How does Herbie sound in this? I can't remember.
Classic
like
robot beeps and
Yeah.
boops.
Well, yes, it's that. It's that kind of Wall-E kind of wow language. So yeah, that would sound pretty cool actually. If he throws one of those in, it's like that scene in did you ever see that scene in Star Wars that they cut out? It was one of the
I'm not familiar
one
with
of
this.
the
No.
Gonna have to be
prequel
more
ones.
specific.
Oh, it's so funny. There's a scene in the prequels. Can't remember which one. I think it's 3 actually, because the preacher Hayden Christensen's in it. Where Hayden Christensen and Obi-Wan Kenobi are talking to each other, and then I think on like one of their little microphone pen things, talking to a droid, and the droid says some beep beep beep, and then they say to each other like, "Wait, he didn't say beep 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 beep. He said boop 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 beep 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 beep." And then they like had the actors flap their mouths while they play robot sounds. It's really funny. So you could have grown up to be one of them. That would have been pretty good. And and everybody would appreciate him now. People would walk down the street and they would raise their red lightsabers up to him because now they love him. You got to work through some time of being, a social pariah, baby, but eventually you'll be popular again. I mean, Ewan McGregor pretty much made it out of that unscathed, but
That's true.
the other ones, they took a hit. Yeah.
Mhm.
And I guess Natalie Portman made it out unscathed. It really was just Anakin. Anybody who played Anakin, you were fucked. It was fucked for you. But the rest of the
And
crew.
Jar Jar.
Oh, and Jar. Oh, for sure. Yeah. Ahmad Best. But he's back now too. We love him as well.
They just had to wait for the people who watched it as a kid to grow up and confuse their nostalgia for the movie being good.
That's exactly right. And they needed to make other stuff that was maybe worse. So then we could go, you know what? I do kind of miss that one guy. Speaking of Star Wars and stuff, they have a plan. Well, I guess they don't come up with a plan yet. They're going to come up with a plan soon. But there's a little while where they're just writing on a chalkboard, like, what do we do about Galactus? Question mark.
Everyone's mad at us because we won't give up our baby.
Yeah.
And Johnny's like, I know the thing that might help, and if I translate this alien language based on knowing
That's right.
3 words.
Hey,
Yep.
I'll be honest. I think it was cute they gave him something to do.
I think it was
Right.
cute too.
I mean, I'm making fun of how silly it is to translate an entire completely alien language from just 3 words, but I do think like as a plot thing in the movie, it's giving Johnny this thing is neat.
Well, we didn't get on Superman's case for them just being able to, translate full Krypton with no context.
True.
We extremely got on their case for that, DJ. What
I guess
are
I
you
meant
talking about?
the royal we,
Yeah.
the we of
Yeah, there wasn't
society.
There should have been a scene where Johnny plugged into the computer and then just like floated up. And then he had like a little orgasm face or something. We were like, oh man, he's learning all the Kryptonian language.
Yeah, and then when Reed was like looking at the language, he's like, all the computer guys said that this is right, so it must be.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, remember Baby Joey?
Yeah.
Do you think Baby Joey in his Baby Joey state could kill Franklin before Franklin activates his powers?
No way. Franklin is the most powerful baby in the world.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Baby Joey can like transmute matter. He can do what the Element Man. He can metamorphose things that aren't him. So he could hypothetically turn Franklin into like a big rock.
Does
Not
he?
that
Does
would
he
be
use metamorpho powers in the movie?
not in the movie, but in the comics he can do
I
it.
see.
He eventually gets cured of his metamorphoism, I think, or something, and then they just kind of we don't really talk about him anymore. But for a while, he was like a little King Midas baby.
And then he grew up to have a famous sitcom that was a spin-off of a much more famous sitcom.
Young Metamorpho or young. Oh, you're talking about Baby Joey.
Yeah,
I knew
Joey
it.
spin-off Baby Joey. I was confused.
I wasn't, but sorry, Diggins. Like 3 out of 10. Not your
I got
best
it.
material.
I got it eventually.
Wow.
It kind of sounded like young Sheldon for a second, and that was why I was confused because
Yeah.
he's also a little genius boy who,
now young Sheldon is old news, Nando. Now we're on
that's true.
the first marriage or whatever the hell that show's called.
Because if Sheldon got any older, he just would have become Sheldon.
Yeah,
He couldn't get any younger.
He was about to be Sheldon, so they had to stop.
Yeah. And if we made old Sheldon, it would be like in the far future or something, and that'd be kind of fun. But they didn't.
Would they hire
yet.
a third Sheldon, or would they just put Jim Parsons in old person makeup?
I mean, I think it would be. I think the money on young Sheldon is like hire a new guy who costs nothing, because
Right.
Sheldon's the name. Like people aren't. I don't think it's always this guy can do a good Jim Parsons. He'll probably be enough to get people in the door. And I imagine Jim Parsons would command quite a hefty sum.
Oh, yeah,
That's
his
true.
his quote's probably insane.
Enormous, especially for this.
That's why all the companies love having brands instead of stars, because then you can
Exactly.
pay someone peanuts to take the role.
Exactly. But yeah, so then what happened in the movie? Then the whole planet is like, give us your baby. We're going to eat it like in that Mother movie. Feed it to Galactus, I guess. We cut it up for Galactus. Everybody goes to their house, which I do think is very brave of everybody to be like, let's go to the superhero's house and violently demand their baby.
A little bit much.
Maybe one of them will burn us to death. I don't think he will, but like maybe this will be the thing that tips him over the line.
What if this
I don't know.
tips the thing over the line,
Or
right?
Hey, it's
Yeah.
clobbering time.
Yeah.
Mhm. But and they do. Everybody does do this. They go and put a they make kind of a big protest around the Baxter Building, and then Sue goes out with the baby, and it's like, guys, I'm not going to sacrifice my baby, but I'm also not going to sacrifice you, because, and she's seen like the trailers for this movie. You guys remember what she says? We're a family movie, family, Earth. Everything's a family.
She's like, I'm a woman, which means I understand that the most important thing I can do is take care of a family.
That's, and a family of Earth. That's the best family there is.
Can
That's
I
why
be
Besides a fast
That's why
family.
it's okay that I work, is because it's really just being a homemaker.
I mean, it was the 60s, man. It was a different time. It was the retro future 60s. The robots were doing some of the work too.
The
Everyone
movie
was having
isn't
fun.
like explicitly doing this, but I feel like there is a weird undercurrent to Sue's character that's like very heavy emphasis on the like mother homemaker sort of thing, where I'm like,
I mean, what do you think, DJ?
I just want to be honest. I agree, Diggins, with your overall point. I will say that speech she gives holding the baby, like I appreciated her point. Like I actually think what she was saying was like kind of nice there.
What was it?
Like
which parts did you like?
just like how like this idea of like, sometimes we have to fight for this like greater idea, which is family, which is something that's kind of what you make of it, right? Like if you look at the four of us, right? It's fucking cheesy, but like I don't know, I liked it. Parts of Superman got to be cheesy, but we like thought that was cool.
I do want to I just want to quickly say that this is essentially a less dumb version of Including My Son.
Yeah.
Where it's basically an argument for caring about other people, where you're like, you know how you care about your family?
Mm-hmm.
Well, in a way, other people are also like a family to you.
Exactly.
So you should
Good
care
point.
about, you could care about them also.
Exactly.
It's like really spoon feeding the idea that other people matter.
Well, to be fair, this takes place in an alternate universe where that is something that can be convinced. People can be convinced to care about other people, and that's part of the love of the fantasy escapism. You know, guy that's on fire, people that work together.
I mean,
pretty cool.
To be clear, I do not dislike this scene.
Okay, that's fair.
I'm, you know, it's just the podcast is mostly nitpicking, so.
Well, I'm mostly nitpicking my love of it. I'm picking all the nits that I was like, yeah, this was great. Those are my nits to pick.
I feel like now that I'm thinking about it.
Oops, sorry.
Oh, go on.
I think it is very in keeping with the sort of like retro futurist 60s sort of aesthetic of it to do the sort of, and the Fantastic Four of it, to do the kind of like big optimism sort of, you know, we can band together and accomplish things together and not have to sacrifice people. You know, like I think it is very in keeping with what the movie is going for.
Mm-hmm. I was just thinking now, because I was like, because what you're saying about like Sue and kind of the way the movie uses motherhood and like, and that how that reflects kind of American 60s values about women and stuff. It's interesting they don't have, like, she doesn't do any chores in the movie that I can remember, besides like small ones like changing the baby. I think it's very, now I'm like, oh yeah, that's a good reason why the Thing makes dinner and Johnny helps make dinner. But like, you know, they didn't make Sue do that. That's nice of them.
Well, but that's because she's a trad wife, Nando. And the thing about being a trad wife is you're not actually doing the chores. You're just sort of cosplaying the idea. But really, you're rich and have like nannies who do that for you.
That's right. Could all be so lucky. Is she the most trad wife in the MCU, or is that Wanda? Wanda's got to be the most trad wife.
Yeah.
Right? Because that's what like WandaVision was.
Is the sort of like idealized sitcom thing the same thing as trad wife? I feel like they're different.
Yeah. That's fair. Yeah.
I think obviously the most trad wife in the MCU is Steve Rogers.
Ooh.
Because he spent his entire 60-year marriage or whatever never seeing another human being.
That is pretty brutal.
That's true. It's a good point. And also, you know, I feel like he does those little videos. He does the videos in Spider-Man's class where he like looks at the camera and goes like, clean your room and stuff. That's kind of like trad wife content. Is like, you know, I haven't watched it, but it seems like that's what it is. And that's great. And you know what else is great? In that speech, she says a thing that reminds Reed that he built a teleporting machine in the first act. That's handy.
It's
like she says like, we can move things, and he's like,
yeah,
wait
move
a
heaven
minute.
and earth.
Moving
like,
things?
Yeah.
We're going to move heaven and earth.
Now, real quick. Well, obviously, we're not doing that, though, was my first thought when they kind of described the plan.
Oh, I thought I thought the name for this was going to be, what if we take Earth and move it somewhere else?
I whispered that to Michelle in the fucking movie theater because I'm like, I have to say this to her now.
I will say, Nando, there was a brief moment where I was like, oh, is this how they're going to end up in the main MCU? And then I was like, wait, no, it's not.
Yeah, that'd be pretty crazy if there was just another Earth that was the Fantastic Four Earth over there, and then they came and visited us every so often. I mean, I guess that's not the craziest thing in the world, but yeah, the way he explains this, and he's like, we're just gonna turn on the teleporters that have up until now teleported one thing across a room, and it destroys the power grid. Yeah, an egg. We're gonna do that to the thing that the teleporters are on. And we're going to teleport them to somewhere else that I've just kind of figured out. And It's like, that's not even how the teleporter works. It does the opposite. Teleports something inside of the teleporter. But, you know, it does. That isn't what happens, so it's fine. But yeah, insane plan. But they get everybody to cooperate because JFK tells them to. That's nice.
I do feel like, and I'll get into this a little more later, Reed is like, I've calculated a place we can teleport to, and Galactus will take millions of years to find us. And I'm like, will he?
Yeah.
Because he has the Silver Surfer who can just like teleport across the universe almost instantly. And like, I don't know how his ship works, but he seems to be taking a while to get to Earth just to fuck with you. Like, that's kind of what he says.
Yeah. Although it does take him a minute to get, like, even through our, solar system.
But I'm saying, like, he kind of is like, I'm going to do it slowly just to be mean to you.
Yeah.
I feel like if he really wanted to, he could get there faster.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, and also, like, it feels like if he wanted to, he could use, like, I would be worried about the Silver Surfer fucking it all up, obviously. I'd also just be worried about Galactus somehow fucking it up, right? Like, this feels like a really, really high risk plan that we don't think Galactus will just somehow mess with the waves of the universe and teleport us into a sun or something. I guess Galactus wouldn't do that because he wants the baby, but like, he won't fuck it up in some other way.
I understand Reed is like really, really smart and like does all the math or whatever. It's a plan with an extremely non-trivial chance of killing everyone.
Yeah.
Well, if you think you're gonna die anyway, I guess let's go for this. I
guess, yeah.
I gotta. So I guess I'm jumping slightly ahead, but we're in the same vein here. So the plan is that we're gonna move the Earth by building these towers everywhere and convincing everyone to build the towers, and they get all the major countries to do it, right? Except that one, which we're not gonna talk about, but they get everyone else on board, right? I feel like that there's like what
that was in a much earlier scene. The thing you're talking about,
was it not also here?
I don't think we ever see like any of the Doom countries on the list of countries.
Okay, never mind.
Like, because we do see a couple of switchboards of like Budapest and Buenos Aires and stuff, and we never see like Doomstat or like.
Not in this.
It's
just in the beginning when Sue is like, "Here's my World Peace proposal."
Yeah,
they go past the empty chair at the UN for Latveria.
All right.
It would be cool if they had to try. If part of the movie was like, we need every single one, including the one that Dr. Doom built. He won't turn it on unless. But that's kind of what they have to do with the different villain later. So it's like you don't need to do it twice.
So they get everyone to be on board with this. I feel like they didn't have to extend that much of this movie, but it would have been interesting to see Sue do some politicking, which is allegedly her job in this movie, right? Because like everyone's just on board because it has to be for the movie. We all have to give Goku our energy for the spirit bomb, but like would have been interesting to see some resistance.
Of course they're going to listen to her because she is Earth's mommy.
Right. She just made a speech, and this is fake Earth where everybody's nice, and Kennedy does a little thing and says like, what did he say? Something about citizens being able to save the world or whatever.
Yeah.
Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful citizens can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has.
Yeah.
And like my father always said, if you don't know what to do, pick up a shovel. It's like, all right, get what you're saying, but be shoveling all day. Do I hit it with a shovel now?
Just take a big deep hole.
I would have just loved one country with their arms crossed, like, no, we're not doing it.
Oh yeah. I mean, I feel like if we tried this on Earth, who do you think would break first? Who do you think would be like, hey, you have to let us kill all the people in that country or we won't turn our thing on?
The United States. We would be the most
well, that's true.
One.
I think if it's that specific demand, I think we know which country would be doing that.
There's a couple of them. I think maybe they'd get together and decide to do this at once because they'd know the other one would, kind of undercut them. But yeah, like there would be way too much strife to get certain countries on board. And to be fair, if this came out of certain countries, I don't think we'd listen either. I feel like if like North Korea suddenly was like, guys, Galactus is coming and we need to teleport the Earth to another part of the universe, we would help. We'd just go, well, that's clearly fake.
In fairness, in that scenario, a liquid metal person descended from the heavens and told the entire Earth a big purple man is coming to eat your planet.
Yeah, that part was helpful. And then I guess the Fantastic Four are already kind of a thing.
They're already the world government.
Yeah, so I would have liked to see her do a little bit more politicking too, but also like, I get it. I feel like we're starting to get into the parts of the movie where it feels like things were cut, and this feels like a part of the movie that was cut for time and, keep it in a nice under 2 hours movie. So I can respect that.
Yeah, it's fair.
The other thing I really would have liked to see here, and this is why you would have had this. I mean, there's other reasons why you would have had this, but like, I would have liked Reed to have to go to some of the villains that we also didn't see earlier and ask them to help him make the machines or something. Like John Malkovich, for example, and be like, hey, listen, we're all going to explode on Earth, even your monkeys. So
my super apes.
Even your super apes. So you got to help me make this teleport or something. Because there were a couple of them that were mentioned, but all the ones that they mentioned, I believe, in the intro thingy are the mad scientist ones specifically.
Yeah,
so it kind of felt like they were, mad thinker, wizard, puppet master, Mole Man, obviously, who was kind of he's a mad scientist too. And then I think Diablo, he's the only one I'm not super familiar with, but all the other ones are like super geniuses, and like they have villains who are not that. But yeah, they didn't make it into this, so I feel like that was that. I guess kind of. Oh yeah, no, Diablo's one of those guys too. So like, it felt like maybe to me that was why they did that, but they didn't really bother with it. I don't know. It's fine. But then you guys, they made all the things. Everybody helped. We got loving shots of all of the different countries of the world and a little, whatever it is, teleporter ray thingy. Mm-hmm. That was cool. And then they went to turn them on. And they did a countdown. Of the four of them were in charge of the countdown. They didn't even have anybody else. Mm-hmm. You kind of figure this would be like a big room full of guys.
Yeah.
Especially considering the amount of coordination involved. Just like,
to
actually get them all turned on at the same time, you probably need at least one person per station.
Right. But, whatever, they got that covered until a certain Silver Surfer or whatever we're calling her flies through the thing, through the portal, or through like the it's not really a portal, it kind of looks like
a tower,
one, just like big teleporter towers.
Yeah, and then just starts blowing them all up, and and all of them go offline, and then only after they've all blown up, even though it seems like she really only needs to blow up like two of them to have thwarted the scheme, she goes to steal the baby again, and Vanessa Kirby is like, kill her, Johnny. So then Johnny goes to try to kill her, but then instead he hacks all the computers using his watch and cleverly plays the messages back to her from her planet to make her feel guilty about killing all those people.
Well,
that's nice.
She didn't kill her planet because...
Or killing all the other people.
All the other ones, yeah. Every other planet that Galactus omnomnommed besides hers. It's like, hey.
And this is also where they confirm that this is indeed Shalabal.
That's right, yeah. And I think, listen, this speaking of things that seem like they were cut from the movie, apparently there was a scene in the movie, and we see this here, like we see her backstory, where like she's just on a beach or something, and then Galactus shows up, and that's pretty much it. But what's his name? Johnny filmed a scene on a beach, and we never saw anything come from that. So it feels like, and this is just my guess, they would have made out at some point.
I was gonna say,
and then she would have shared a memory or something with him, showing this moment to him. But I think that's fine. I think it's probably better that he translated her language and made her tell him than if he had romanced her, because he knew kissing her would get the information out of her. Although that would have been pretty funny. And then she leaves.
And then she feels bad.
She feels bad. She's gone for a really long time. all things considered, like when we get to the rest of the movie. But then they come up with a different plan, which is to teleport. They have one thingy left, and it's in New York and City Baby, the greatest city of the world. So then they have to use that to trick Galactus and teleport Galactus somewhere else, which is obviously where you would start, but
Right.
because that's what the egg thing was earlier.
Yeah,
But whatever.
seems like a lot easier than. They also they do try to be like, okay, so since teleporting
Right.
an egg blows out the entire New York City power grid, obviously we need lots of power. So if everybody turns off all their lights at 8 p.m. every night, then the worldwide power grid will save enough energy to teleport the entire planet. And I'm like, I don't think that math checks out, movie.
Yeah. The entire planet far enough that Galactus can't get there, which is like, it does seem like, I would just imagine the distance you're traveling, there is a cost to traveling further, teleporting further or shorter. So like, yeah, the amount of energy we would have to expend to get far enough that Galactus can even drive to us is way more than exists on Earth. Like, we'd need to figure some other shit out. Kind of seems like, if anything, we'd have to trap the Silver Surfer and use her as a battery to do this. But that's not what they do. Because then they just kind of go like, well, now that we only have to do one, I mean, we still have to kind of conserve power, but it's not even that big of a deal. And then they also realize they need to, so they're going to trap Galactus. They're going to send him into the void, not the void from the other one, but like they're going to send him into a black hole. They're going to make it in the middle.
They're going to
of the
send him
thing.
into the negative zone?
Well, I mean, you never know. Probably not, but it could be. But then they have to first figure out what to do with everybody, because everybody's in New York, baby.
Oh.
And there's only one other place besides New York that exists. The place Subterranea underneath New York.
That's
so
right.
then they have to go to Mole Man and be like, Mole Man, please, let us put people here. And
you know,
this was what's his name scene.
Paul Walter Hauser.
Well, yeah.
I was
Pretty
like, because they're like, oh, there's all these buildings in the way that would get destroyed. So I thought they had to go to Mole Man because they're going to be like, we need Mole Man to put the buildings underground so New York City's not destroyed. But no, they need him to evacuate. And I'm like, they can't go to Connecticut?
Right. Or New Jersey,
No time.
The greatest state in the world, baby. Presumably the bridges outside of New York go somewhere. And I would be concerned as a person in New York, as part of this scheme, that Galactus is heavy,
Right.
And he's going to step on the New York, and it's all just going to crumble because there's all these holes underneath it. It's going to open up a big sinkhole, and then maybe we'll get him that way, but also he'll land on us. But New Jersey smells in the tunnels a mess. The bridges are expensive, so I get it. You want to
I'm sure
in Subterranea.
I'm sure the mole country smells so much better.
I mean, listen, in certain places, I'm sure that's true. What do we think? By the way, it's weird. I can't even remember if we talked about this 5 minutes ago, because that's when we recorded the first 2/3 of this podcast.
That's right.
We talked about the fact that he doesn't have moloids. Did we talk about that yet?
We didn't really.
We did not talk about that.
It's weird that they're just guys. He doesn't have little mole people
Mm-hmm.
that he rules over. But
I agree. They should be moloids.
as I've said to somebody, but I don't think on this podcast, because I would remember because it was so recent.
Obviously,
this feels like the things they did this in a recent Thing comic where they made Subterranea kind of like where the homeless people in the city live or something. That's what Subterranea is, but there is something underground that's like the secret city where people, and that's kind of more what this is than Subterranea. But yeah, it kind of when the Mole Man has moloids and like little guys, it makes more sense when he also has a big giant monster thing. But in this, you're like, where did he get Giganto from then? Because that seemed to be his. And I saw concept art that at one point he was going to be a robot. Giganto was going to be a robot that what you were fighting that kind of looked like Giganto. So I'm glad they didn't do that. But that feels more in keeping with the way that this Mole Man seems to work. But then, and then Ben Grimm goes to a synagogue or something.
Mm-hmm.
Which
he's like, I want to go see you, Natasha Lyonne, and she's like, am I still in this movie? And he's like,
yeah,
Well, they paid me an amount of money that I had to be in at least 2 scenes. So, hey, Thing, how's it going? Great to see you.
Hey, Thing, go see Bad Guys 2 in theaters this week. Hey, don't even worry about it. I love that they made the Thing just a little bit Jewish in this. And what I mean is, I love that he comes in and she says, "Are you here for service?" And he's like, "Not really."
Yeah.
He couldn't just be going there because he's like part of that religious group and also wants to see her. So make it very clear that that's not what he's showing up for. I don't know why they did that, but sure, whatever. It's nice that they at least kind of did it. And but then Galactus shows up.
Oh no.
Bum bum bum.
And Galactus, a big Galactus, but we've seen bigger.
Have we?
Well, we have seen, right?
Who's we?
The zeitgeist, the we of the zeitgeist.
We've seen bigger Galactuses?
I think so, right?
What's the biggest Galactus you've seen?
This is a good question.
From the video games?
Yeah, does a big Galactus ever show up in like Marvel vs. Capcom?
I think he's
like the bad guy,
boss in one of them.
Yeah, he's like the bad guy in Marvel vs. Capcom 3, isn't he?
If he is, I feel like he's probably no. Well, I don't think he is in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. I don't remember. If
you could like fight him.
Could you?
I'm pretty sure there is a Marvel vs. Capcom where you can fight Galactus, but I don't know which one it is.
I'm looking at it right now, and you know what? He's not that big.
I don't think he's that big. He can't be, because I imagine what you have to fight is like his hands or something, right?
Yeah.
Like, and like Krang in the Ninja Turtles game, and then that's not bigger than this. I do think the one in Marvel Ultimate Alliance might be bigger than this one, because we see him on like a Shi'ar homeworld or something, and he's really, really big. But I would say besides that, this is probably the biggest Galactus we've ever seen.
All right, fair enough.
That's just me.
Yeah,
if you have other Galactuses,
is he bigger than that big space cloud?
Yeah.
We'll talk about the space cloud.
That makes you think.
It does make you think.
In my head, he's just so big, but I guess that's my problem.
Yeah, listen, for me, this is a pretty big Galactus. I feel like if Galactus is bigger than the buildings, he's pretty big.
Fair enough.
Because I was expecting a Galactus who like shrinks down to maybe like 30 feet tall.
Sure.
Where you're like, he's still pretty big, but not like so big that we can barely like, make a dent by hitting him with anything.
Right.
He's just but like he's fucking huge. That's pretty cool. But they have a very clever plan, you guys. They're going to put the baby in the middle of the big trap. And then Galactus is going to walk up to it and go, they put the baby in the middle of the big trap for me. Hooray. But then they're going to blind Galactus. Then they're going to take the baby and move it somewhere else and then put another little baby carriage thingy there to trick Galactus.
I was like...
Loved it.
It is... like slapstick comedy.
Yeah.
They spray some fire in Galactus's eyes, so he goes like, "Oh!"
Mm-hmm.
And then Johnny just like flies down and switches the baby with an empty cradle or carrier or whatever.
Yeah, which of
and
course.
I'm like, Galactus would have to be the dumbest intergalactic god alive to fall for this.
Well,
especially because Galactus, like they do that. Johnny does that. He switches the baby carriage, which like Johnny, just take the thing. Just not the thing, but just take the baby. Leave the carriage. You just pick him up. He's a baby.
Yeah.
But whatever. And then they all just stand there. And they're all like, "Come on, Galactus!" Like,
they're all standing there, about to like throw switches and
press a button. Yeah. If they were like trying to fight Galactus, I think you could sell it. But instead, they go like, "All right, now we did that. Let's all wait really quick."
Waiting for him to cross the like big caution tape line.
Yep.
That shows where the teleporter works.
But listen.
And presumably, the fact that Silver Surfer destroyed the teleporters means Galactus knows what they are.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, he gave him a clever bugs. You know, so an
He did say
acknowledgement.
clever
you
bugs
know.
to them.
I think he was being real generous. That's
true.
such shit.
Can you imagine? You fucking idiots. Oh, you
And,
think
like-
I'm gonna step in and oh no. Yes.
Yeah, like a much cooler plan would be like they try to do that. Like it seems like they're doing that, and then Mole Man has hidden 3 of them somewhere underground, and then he brings
Oh.
them up because he seems to be able to do that, I guess.
Yeah.
And then they trap Galactus that way. But like Galactus is like, you guys suck at this. And it's like, no, Mole Man's the hero, you know, and he's pretty cool. Everybody loves Paul Walter Hauser these days. Why not?
Oh, he's having a moment.
He's great.
He is having a moment. And but instead, yeah, they try the plan. It doesn't work. Galactus says clever bugs, because he could do like a Franklin scan, and he does the Franklin scan real quick. He could like hit B to like see through the terrain, and he sees Franklin, and he's like, "Oh, you guys put him in the
turns
little
on
house."
detective vision.
Yeah, and then he just walks over to the house and eats the baby, or like gets ready to. But then everybody tries to hit him with their stuff, and he just beats them all up. It's pretty fun.
It just doesn't work because he's like not just a guy.
Yeah, it's a great point. I'm trying to remember. Sue tries to fly the ship or the car at him, and he just swats it out of the air.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember what Johnny and Ben throw stuff at him, I think, or something. Right? It's like Ben throws some trucks at him.
Oh,
I think
yeah.
Johnny
Ben like throws a
lights
bunch
him
of
on
oil
fire.
on him so Johnny can light
Yeah.
him on fire, and Galactus just is like doesn't care, which
Yeah.
makes perfect sense. If any of this had worked, I would have been like, "This is stupid. Why would this stop Galactus?"
Well, I do love what Reed's plan is, because he comes up with he grabs like a big stick, and you're like, he's gonna try to stab Galactus's eyes out because they're obsessed with his eyes in this.
Mm-hmm.
But then instead he tries to open up all his little back holes and get his lavas out.
Mm-hmm.
I like that. Almost works. I feel like if that was the plan the whole time, maybe you could have got him. But
I do like that in this whole scene, like Galactus will stop them when they're like trying to do stuff to him, but he really doesn't seem like he cares.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
it doesn't, and nothing they're doing really seems like it matters to him.
Mm-hmm. He tries to pull Reed in half a little bit. It's pretty fun.
Yeah. Very Stretch Armstrong-y.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I did want to this is just a general Reed note, but like I do feel like another name for Reed, if for like a superhero name, could be Out of Focuso, which is I don't think he's ever in focus when they have him use his stretchy powers ever.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Which I understand, because having a real person use stretchy powers is always going to look stupid.
Yeah.
Like if you can see it well. So it's always like he's facing from behind and like small on the screen as he stretches up a building.
I
Or
see what
like
you mean.
the middle of his body and his head stay perfectly still while his arms and legs get pulled apart by Galactus.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Yeah.
it's all for very practical reasons, and I don't really fault them for it, but it's by the end of the movie I'm like, we're just never gonna actually just look at him using his powers, huh?
Yeah. That's it. You got to save it for Infinity or Doomsday or whatever. Next one is.
I mean, and we obviously already talked about this, a couple, hours ago or whatever. But this movie was just focused on him being Reed Richards, and Mr. Fantastic is kind of like, wow.
Yeah, I mean, this is the only the opening montage where he fights the super apes, and like this sequence, I think, are the only times his powers like matter at all.
Yeah. And that I feel like they could have done a little bit more with him stretching, but I'm kind of expecting we're going to get that from Doomsday, the same way that like the Russo brothers, for all of their faults, seemed to get Doctor Strange and like kind of how weird he can be more than the Doctor Strange director. I can't remember who that was, but like the idea of him just turning a big energy blast into butterflies and then making a million Doctor Strange and stuff like that. I feel like you could do that with Reed, where like he turns into a ball and stretches his whole body out to cover you up or something. But
like
that feels like something we'll see.
Yeah,
in
when
Doomsday.
he like reality stones Mantis into like string, right? Like,
yeah,
all that,
like
weird shit. Yeah,
and that's just what those two guys are the best at.
Oh,
Yep.
excuse me. They're also so good at like leveraging content for maximizing shareholder value.
Well,
They are great at content stuff. And I mean, between Red One, no wait, they didn't do Red One. Did they do Red Notice, or was it just Electric State? Is that the only one they've ever
Electric
done?
State.
Oh, Gray
They did-
Man's
they
the
did
other one.
Gray
Gray
Man, I was gonna
Man.
say.
Yeah, between Electric State and Gray Man, that's
Did they do
two of the
21
most
Bridges?
contents.
Yeah, that's them.
Mm.
That was like one of the first things they did after they got big doing the MCU. So everyone was like, "Ooh, is that one going to be good?" And then it wasn't, and everyone was like, "Hmm." And then they kept making things that weren't good, and people were like, "Uh-oh."
Yep. But now they're back, and it's all going to be great. And they
Yeah,
directed a scene in
yeah.
this movie, probably. Perhaps the best scene. Maybe.
It's certainly
You
a
know?
scene.
We'll get to it. But then, oh yeah, and then they throw Galactus throws Thing into the atmosphere. Then Johnny catches him, and they do the thing where he's like, "Say it's clobbering time." They did it. They do it.
And then
You
they
know,
do
that's
the
great.
Thing does a huge megaton punch on Galactus, who continues to not really care.
Yeah, it gets him to stop killing Reed, but besides that, he's recovered.
Yeah, it
pretty
really.
well.
Again, a thing I genuinely like is it gets him to stop killing Reed because he like, gets a punch and drops Reed. It's like, oh, but it doesn't seem like he could just like pick Reed back up and keep doing it if he wanted. He's just like, I don't really care enough.
Yeah, I get that. And then Galactus goes and gets the baby, and also kills Herbie, I would assume, in this moment.
Right.
We don't see Herbie saved, but doesn't look like it's good for him.
Rip in peace.
Yeah.
I was kind of bummed they didn't give him like lightsabers or something, you know?
Did
It's
something.
like give the robot a bunch of
yeah.
crazy shit to fight Galactus with for a second.
He
Like,
could have
whatever.
done some Salt Bay, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. Like,
In his eyes.
I
It's
mean-
all about Galactus' eyes. Get salt in Galactus'
That's
eyes.
right.
Maybe that's something.
and they thought they had him with that stupid plan. So I guess they were like, and then Herbie will just take care of, we don't even need to worry about if Herbie has to defend the baby. And, you know.
It'd be funny if they kept going for Galactus's eyes, and Galactus was like, "You understand? I don't even like literally look like this, right?"
Yeah, right. Like, I don't like being burnt. Any part of me doesn't like being burnt, but like, you know, I'm like,
You
God,
just sort of,
you know.
I look like a big guy because I kind of just look like. This is a Marvel Comics canon, in fact, by the way. Just anyone who looks at me, I look like a member of their species because you kind of
Yep.
just sort of are just trying to comprehend what you're seeing.
Right.
Like, I don't literally have eyes.
right.
Yeah. Although he does literally have like a butt and like feet that go in a chair and stuff, right? 'Cause
Yeah.
He sits in a chair.
And-
So like some part of him is.
And the lava is something. I don't know what it
Yeah,
is,
the
but the
lava's
lava
very
is something.
important.
So
lava is his money.
and
And he it's his nutrition.
also
The
this Galactus
Yeah.
acknowledges his human heritage, so maybe he is more human.
not-
than
it's not a
typical
human
Galactus.
well, he's not a human, but
Oh,
he's
right.
a
It
person.
says he used to be
Yeah.
small like them.
What was Galan? What was he?
Just like a guy.
Some guy.
Some sort of
He's
alien
from the
researcher or something.
previous universe. He's like
Yeah.
completely alien from anything in this universe.
All right, well, humanoid, whatever. What were they? They were.
Yeah.
They weren't all
you know.
Galactuses running around. They were like they
No.
were guys.
No, he was just a dude.
yeah.
Yeah. But then he takes the baby and is like, I'm gonna take this baby and I guess like walk it home or something. Because he doesn't just eat the baby in that moment, because then Sue uses force field to push him towards the trap. And she, you know, does it all.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
She's
she
a
pushes
mom.
him-
She's a mom.
Baby.
She cares so much about the baby because she's a mom that it works.
Mhm.
Which honestly, totally fine with. You know,
Sure.
So okay. Here is where I explain why I don't love this finale.
here we go. Diggins hates women, everyone. Get him out.
That's
Get him
it.
in your
Wow.
neon signs. Clip this. Diggins hates mothers.
I guess we don't. I actually don't need to explain. DJ just summed it up.
All
Yeah,
right,
DJ
cool.
got it.
So you want to get to Rex?
We got to talk about that wonderful Russo scene first. But yeah. But I guess, Diggins, if you want to, you can make your point.
So essentially, like, I feel like up until this point, the movie is doing a good job of treating Galactus as an outside context problem and more like a philosophical problem than like a physical one. Because like Galactus represents like entropy and decay and like the inevitability of death more than he is literally a big guy.
Mm-hmm.
And because he is like a cosmic force, and they don't really say this in the movie, but it's like you can't just like kill Galactus because then like the universe will die because he serves an important function. And so like I feel like the movie is doing a good job of treating him in that sort of way where he's not just a big villain, he's kind of something more than that. But then ultimately the way the movie ends is they push him into a big hole and he goes away. And I'm like, this isn't really reckoning with the philosophical implications or like the themes of what Galactus is. You're just pushing a guy into a big hole.
So, counterpoint or other point, I don't know. Like, I agree with the premise. I mean, I guess like you got to see Sue be all mom strong, which is fine. But like, how else would they do it? They could like threaten Galactus. Like, maybe that could have been it. Reed would have been so impressive.
Here's my second point, which ties into that.
Okay.
A little thing called the ultimate nullifier, TJ.
Jesus Christ! If they had put that in the movie, people would have walked it. There's a reason.
I would have loved it. I would have been so happy. But look, no, hear me out.
Right,
hear me out.
Go.
So the other thing about this finale is like Reed's arc in this movie, right? Is that Sue gets mad at him at certain points because he's a little too cold and analytical, and like, and also his other problem in the movie is that he wants everything. He wants to figure everything out. He wants everything to be perfect and safe for their kid because like he can't handle the idea that he can't control things.
Right.
Like he thinks the accident is his fault because he's like, I should have been able to foresee and control everything. And the fact that I didn't means that this is my fault. And Galactus, like I said, is the inevitability, like entropy, decay, the inevitability of death, things you cannot control. And so sort of challenges Reed in that way. And he solves it by using his big brain to control everything and solve the problem. And like, I feel like that cuts against the character arc. Whereas, and also the other thing, being cold and analytical and like needing to be more emotional about his family, the plan also involves him using his son as bait. And it turns out that's the right idea. And it was good to do that.
Right. And that baby comes real close to it being not okay.
Yeah.
Like that baby's just hanging off Galactus's hand.
Whereas if they found, say, an ultimate nullifier of some kind, and it doesn't have to be the ultimate nullifier, but something that is essentially the purpose of that, which is it is this incredibly dangerous thing that using it could literally destroy the universe to the point where Galactus is like, I can't let you do that. Fine, I'll leave. Because that would be Reed being emotional, non-rational, destroying the universe to protect your child. I think can reasonably be said to not be a rational choice. I think it would be a morally justifiable one. But like that would have represented growth on Reed's part to do this desperate thing of like, I acknowledge I cannot control this thing. It could destroy the universe, but I'm going to use it because protecting my child is that important to me. But instead he uses his big brain and solves the problem and everything's fine. And I feel like it's like, it just cuts against what the movie is saying in a way that I feel like the original ending does not.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, I'm trying to figure out
the original ending of what?
Of the Galactus storyline, which I know doesn't involve Franklin, so it doesn't necessarily have that same kind of theming, but I feel like it does still work in that way, in the way that I described.
I guess I'm wondering, point taken, but what is that movie that, a smooth brain moviegoers could get our head around? I'm like, could Reed have come up with an idea where it's like, all right, I'm gonna, I don't know, like poison the earth that Galactus, if you eat it, you'll get a big, poison thing and die or something.
Something with like the teleporter where he's like, I can't move the earth anymore, but I could like move this into, or even just keep it as teleporting Galactus. He's like, Galactus, I could teleport you into like this supernova And Galactus could be like, that's going to destroy everything because of who I am. Like, that would initiate a cascade that would destroy the universe. And Reed's like, I'm going to do it anyway. And, like, that would be Galactus being like, man, fine.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's just off the top of my head. Obviously, I'm not a screenwriter. So, you know, I'm just Monday morning quarterbacking here. But I don't know. That was the thought I had and why I found the ending slightly disappointing.
Too much punches.
It's tricky because I feel like if there was that would kind of go against Sue's arc of like being like, I'm going to protect Earth without putting, like, I'm going to protect the baby without putting Earth in jeopardy. And then giving that to Reed and Reed being like, time to put all of Earth in jeopardy. It only works if you believe that he would do it. And like, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like that speech she gives can't end with them not coming up with a way to do it all and protect everybody on Earth.
Well,
like, even if there's like a little like, oh, well, this is like a trick. This is a game we have to, like, a chance we have to take. But even beyond that, like, I even think the idea of doing that for them is too, I don't know, just feels against the thing.
Yeah, I mean, the other problem is that, you know, they try and get there in the scene where Sue figures out that Reed wants to use Franklin as bait. And like the resolution of that scene is like, well, guess we're using Franklin as bait, right? Like that scene, I think, tries to toe this line where Sue's like, you're thinking about it, Reed. He's like, no, I would never think that thing I'm totally thinking about right now.
Well, I feel like in that scene, she's like, you're thinking about potentially just giving our son to Galactus. And he's like, I mean, I have to think about that because it's
no.
only
You guys are
other
talking about
option.
2 different scenes.
Yeah.
You're talking about the one right before she gives the big speech, Nando. DJ's talking about the one when the teleporters get blown up and he's trying to think of the new plan. And he's like, we need to bait Galactus to the teleporter. And Sue like gets there before Johnny and Ben do.
Oh, I see.
Which the resolution is like, well, you know, I guess Reed's right.
The resolution is she's mad about it, but they do it.
Right, yeah. She's not happy about it. So, no, it's tough. Yeah, they had to figure out a way to throw that needle, and I think that a lot of, you know, I think sometimes Kevin Feige might go into a room and be like, yeah, just have him punch Galactus and it'll be fine, you know. We're just gonna punch our way out of this. You know, we're gonna have Sam Wilson punch Red Hulk. Don't worry about what that seems like. But that is what's gonna happen here.
Well, DJ, he doesn't have any super soldier serum. I think it's really important to know that.
That's right. That's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like people would have rioted if they didn't at least fight Galactus a little bit. But maybe there could have been a thing where they like fight Galactus to keep him busy while Johnny goes and gets the ultimate nullifier or something.
It's a stalling tactic. It's a ruse.
Like
it's
I don't mind having a big fight with Galactus. Like I said, I like the bits before this where they're like trying to stop him and he doesn't care that much. Like, I think that's cool. I was a little like, when fighting him worked.
It is tough. Because, like, how do you square Reed's? Because Reed's arc in, like, other comics, because I feel like Reed has his, like, I can solve all the problems thing. But I feel like a lot of the comics go, like, and he has to keep doing that. Like, even though it's bad, his love of his family is what's gonna kind of make him better than the people that are the versions of Reed that are evil,
which there are so many of.
Yeah, and like it's tough because he's also just like, in this, he's like a guy who is like a good scientist, but like I wouldn't say he feels like the kind of Reed who would like what they've done for this planet is gone into space, that's pretty cool. Then came back with superpowers, fought the super apes and a bunch of supervillains, but used the superpowers to do that. He invented a teleporter that no one's able to use but him, and no one knows about. And like, I guess he invented the flying car because he has that, although other people don't seem to have those.
Well, that's because flying cars are actually an incredibly bad and dangerous idea.
Right. So it's kind of like if this was a universe where Reed had solved a lot of problems by this point that were, I mean, like if he had solved racism, but also like if it's all like something like global warming or something like that, you'd be like, maybe this Reed, I don't know. It's tough because, and then I feel like the other thing with this finale is it's just like what they're getting at is just like the only thing stronger than Galactus is a mother because she loves her son so much, you know. And DJ as a
Who would
father,
disagree? Who would disagree?
yeah,
no one.
I would.
Well, you hate women and mothers.
That's true. Yeah, we established
true.
that.
So,
and you know, I do feel like this is how many of them have done this before too. Like I feel like in at least the second Fantastic Four movie, maybe the first one as well, they do the thing where like Sue is like, what's up?
You said the thing, so I said it's clobbering time.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that they do the move where Sue is like gets a nosebleed from almost dying from using her power so much.
Which
and
speaking of how that happens, after they Silver Surfer pushes Galactus into the hole.
Yeah,
because Johnny's about to sacrifice himself, but then Silver Surfer's like, "No, I'm doing it." But I've got a which is they do that, and then Sue collapses, and my immediate visceral reaction was like, "No, you didn't."
Yeah,
right.
If it was anybody else, I would have bought it.
Yeah,
even Reed, I think I would have been like, "Oh, well, yeah, that's she's gonna have to remarry. I guess they're gonna do the Namor thing." But definitely Johnny or Ben, I would have been like, I guess they killed him.
Yep.
It's a bummer. But
even the baby, I might have bought it. I might have bought the baby.
I was just like almost immediately taken out of it. Like, obviously not.
That
obviously
I agree with.
Not.
Yeah, and they hung on too long. You knew that like the baby was gonna save her. Like it was. It all felt very rote at that point, and that I would have removed because like I felt like it took so much just air out of the movie. You could have just been like, Sue, okay, oh, I'm okay, all right, oh, good, she's okay. Sorry, everybody, woo. You know, maybe like have Franklin superpowers be a fucking post credit, whatever. I don't know, whatever. Yeah, I guess to trying to just write a check on that one with Baby Franklin.
I mean, maybe the next movie's going to be about how Sue visited hell or something for a little bit. Now
Mephisto.
she understands.
Maybe Mephisto has Sue's soul now.
I guess I brought up the nosebleed thing because she also dies in the second Fantastic Four movie.
Does she really?
Very briefly until the Silver Surfer comes and brings her back to life.
Oh, you're right.
So that's kind of why I'm like, oh, we haven't seen the Silver Surfer yet for a while in this fight. And I'm like, oh, that's she's gonna die, but then the Silver Surfer's gonna come save her. And then I guess that happened in the comics and I didn't know about it, but like that's just something that they love to reference.
Yeah.
Then they don't do that though.
I do believe Franklin has revived dead people before. So.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. But yeah, I mean like the Silver Surfer reviving Sue.
Right.
And it's weird because like in that movie, Silver Surfer was like secretly kind of in love with Sue because she reminded him of Shia LaBeouf, I guess. And in this,
do you think Johnny reminds her of Norrin Rad?
Yeah, but then are they like a little weird? Is that like incest by proxy or something?
Wait,
kind
what
of.
Do you mean?
They each remind each other of their significant others, right? Like Sue, in that version of it, Sue reminds him of his girlfriend, and Johnny reminds her of her boyfriend.
And they're
in another
siblings,
situation,
so
they are a couple.
See. So
but
by
in
the
this situation,
property,
by the
Johnny
transitive
and
property,
Sue
exactly,
should be
yeah.
Like somebody should be getting stuck in a washing machine.
No, fucking. Oh my god.
So yeah, just a thought. But yeah, it's interesting they did both of those versions of it. But then she's back from the dead. She's alive. Everybody's alive.
Wow! Hooray!
And then they have to go fight another supervillain, but we don't see it because that's how this goes in these movies.
And then
but instead they put
DJ felt very related to when they can't do the car seat right.
Yep, that we got there full circle.
But like they invented the car seat, right?
Maybe not going into the car. It's tough.
I mean,
They invented the car. They invented both of them. So why can't they?
It's hard. You gotta put the strap through the slot. Look, it's hard. I don't care how optimized it seems. It's hard.
Why does it need the strap at all?
Yeah, why do they even have seatbelts? Why doesn't he invent like a gravity thing that holds you in place in the super science car?
Nope. I won't nitpick this. It's very difficult. I don't care what the mechanism is. Gravity well, magnetism.
Why doesn't this car seat just lock into the hover car in a way that doesn't require straps?
I don't know. Maybe.
Why doesn't the hover cart just have a car seat built into it? If it's the hover car, this is how we're getting the baby across town, right?
It's really convenient to take it out because if they're sleeping, you can pop it out, put it into the carriage, then you can kind of walk around with it. Like that's just a convenience feature.
I guess then you'd want the ability to take one out, but you'd also want to have one in there in case you have to do I guess it's like a little bit, but I mean, in this situation, if it's so complicated that the three of them together can't do it, then like, I don't know. Also, maybe just don't take the baby with you.
Also,
that's mission.
Yeah. Also, prime opportunity for Reed to make a mundane usage of his powers, but he's too in focus. We can't do it.
Yeah.
That's true.
Other good
point. And then it's the end.
Until
fun bits until one post-credit scene. So it's just 4 years later. 4 years have passed, which means it's not a baby anymore. It's a 4-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
So that's great. Everyone's dead except for Sue, or something. We don't know where everybody else is.
That's what they do.
But then she is in the Baxter building, and she brings the baby a book, or goes to get a book for the baby, and when she does, she comes back.
I got a nitpick here. Real quick nitpick. I think she's reading him The Very Hungry Caterpillar. You're not reading that to a 4-year-old. Just like straight up. Not happening. Yeah. So
they're past their what's the guy's name? Eric Carl?
I don't know, but Dennis is already growing bored of it, so I'm not convinced that the 4-year-old is into Very Hungry Caterpillar.
Right, yes. We're calling him Dennis now, as we decided 5 minutes ago.
For now, I haven't...
When we did the other parts of this podcast.
I'm doing this on the fly, so next podcast, once, days have gone by, or maybe even a week, I will have come up with one for Baby Dennis. So for now, it's Baby Dennis. Anyway, continue, Nando.
Do you think it would be weird to read any baby that story, or not adult, but like older than baby child that story, if they almost got eaten?
Oh,
like that feels like that's a little too much for them.
Yeah, is it kind of insensitive when you think about it?
Yeah. But then she goes and gets a different book, but then when she comes back, bum bum bum. So she sees, and she kind of gets her powers going because she knows something's up. And what we see is a guy or girl, it's unclear, in a green leathery cloak.
Green Arrow?
Perhaps.
Could be.
And then he's holding some sort of metal mask, or, maybe it's a bowl. We don't really see all of it either. So something.
Hard to say.
And he's near the baby, and then the baby's looking at
his face, I think.
Yeah. What is a 4-year-old called, DJ? What's the word for that? Not toddler, just child.
Yeah.
The child is touching his face, and then that's the end.
Mm-hmm.
What'd you guys think of this?
Fucking
you go first.
No, nothing. Absolutely useless. This felt so unnecessary.
As someone who really likes Dr. Doom as a villain, I would have been really excited for this if I didn't know that was Robert Downey Jr.
You know that was actually Robert Downey Jr., not just some guy.
Well, I'm sure this is actually part of the Avengers Doomsday, and that's why the Russos...
the Russos shot this. That's why it's so good.
Right.
But just knowing that it's Robert Downey Jr. has removed all excitement I might have about Dr. Doom existing in one of these.
Why?
Because it's stupid.
All right. Thank you, counselor.
What do you think? What do you think he looks like? Do you think he's got a messed up face, or do you think it's Robert Downey Jr. face, or do you think it's something completely different?
I mean, it's got to be Robert Downey Jr.'s face, because why else would they hire him?
Yeah, that's a great point.
So he can go on press.
Yeah, the Comic Con reveal solely. This is like
people lose their mind.
This is the problem with our 2025 sensibilities, where it's all about the headline. They turn John Cena heel just to get a headline. They have Robert Downey Jr. be Doctor Doom for just a headline. They don't think about the after effects, past the reveal, past the announcement, and then you have him going back. John Cena's not heel anymore. This maybe Robert Downey Jr. won't be Doom.
That would be interesting if he wasn't Doom, and then because they could do what they could do. And, people theorize a million different ideas for this, is like what they did in that Fantastic Beasts movie, where like he looks like Robert Downey Jr. for this movie. And then in the end of it, he's like, actually, that was yeah. Oh, no. He turned to Matt Mickelson. That one we like. And that's
at the end of the Doomsday, he turns into Johnny Depp. And then in the next one, he's still Johnny Depp. And then in the third one, he's Matt
Mickelson.
Damn it. Is that worth it? We get a Matt Mickelson Doom, but at a high price. I don't know. I don't think I could do it. Also, so this would suggest that she knows who Dr. Doom is or something.
I guess.
I don't feel like there's I don't feel like that contradicts anything that we saw in the movie.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Like nobody asked them about it, but there's Latveria at the thing and everything, at the UN thing we were talking about. I feel like we can infer this is a Fantastic Four that has fought Dr. Doom before.
Yeah. I guess that's true. My only question is then why not have her say something, just Victor, so they oh, she knows this guy, they have history, or have him say, hey, Susan, or something like that. Just anything. Because I feel like if not that, if you didn't know who Dr. Doom was, which to be fair, he's a very popular character from fiction and stuff, I'd assume this was Mole Man. Having come back 4 years later for the real prize, the baby, and he has some sort of mask, but he had glasses on before, so that's different. This is kind of like that, maybe. I don't know. He's leveled up a little bit, but
one must consider, not the child Doom traditionally has a connection with.
That's true, but think about that. Different.
We love
Makes you think.
Yeah. And then there's another post-credit scene, but it's the cartoon.
Yeah,
cartoon. Right. I was like, there was, but then I remembered.
Yeah.
Yeah, they fight a bunch of guys. This is the only time where you see some of these villains.
I think nearly all of them.
I don't know if we see... I think we see Diablo and Dragon Man. I don't think we see the Mad Thinker or...
We do, because there's a brief thing that's a 4 cutaway thing where you see several of them.
Oh,
and so we see
right?
cartoon John Malkovich, and we see the Mad Thinker.
You're right. That's interesting. I kind of wish they that was where Dr. Doom was or something.
Yeah, flip him. Yeah.
At the or keep him in the other one, but then also have him in this. Have him show up and be make it clear in the cartoon that he is the Fantastic Four's greatest enemy.
Oh, sure. Okay, I can see that.
I don't know how you would do it.
Yeah.
I mean, I know how you would do it, but they wouldn't do it. And then that's it. And then it's the end of the movie.
Woo!
Pretty good.
Yeah, I think so.
It's wow, incredible.
Yeah, we were recording so long, everyone's already tired and sleepy.
Everyone's already tired. Yeah.
Because
that's how we do it. We start early in the day, and then we end at the end of the day that day.
That's right.
Now, I don't know. So, what do we think was going to be the next thing that these guys do? What happens?
Oh, what's the connected
Thunderbolts,
tissue? Yeah.
They seem to have flown through some sort of space anomaly or something.
I'm assuming it's going to be this is Doom manipulating Franklin into causing the Doomsday, right? And so they got to do interdimensional stuff to try to help solve it, and that involves going to the MCU and whatever.
Why do they go to the MCU though in that version of it? Because that's my question here: is if Doom gets Franklin in this moment, what does he need from Earth 616 or whatever it is 9999?
It's not 616. That's a common.
Yeah.
Reed's going to say there's a huge concentration of super anomaly whatever here, and there's all these smart people, or maybe I don't exist, so it means something, and that'll be why.
Or maybe they chase after Doom, and he uses the reality warping powers to banish them to a random universe that happens to be the MCU.
That's possible.
Yeah. Maybe that's where they wound up shutting Galactus, and it's like a problem that maybe they sent a distress
that'd
signal.
be really funny.
And then,
Yeah.
this is my pitch. This would like never fucking happen. But I pitched this to one of my coworkers. Like, it would be fucking sick if like the start of Doomsday was just like all of like the MCU like alive heroes just like in the middle of a fight with Galactus. Like, again, it would never fucking happen. But I think that'd be great.
I feel like some of them could take him.
Hit me up, Russos. Yeah, you got Doctor Strange there trying to do some shit, like whatever, you know. This is
I think
all
the Sentries killed Galactus or fought Galactus to a standstill before.
So,
and they didn't make that Squirrel Girl show, but they still have
canonically. I mean, she's canonically beaten Thanos.
Yeah, she beat Galactus in her Squirrel Girl comic.
Right.
So you could use her if they had done that.
Either way, yeah, it won't happen, but that's an idea I had.
Yeah. I don't know.
Diggins is correct though. It's going to be him tricking Franklin to do big Doomsday, and then the Fantastic Four have to go to MCU to fix it. That's definitely what will happen.
Yeah, maybe he goes to a different universe. Like Doctor Doom escapes, kind of like in Thor in like Ragnarok when Hela's flying away,
right?
And then they follow her. But he's going to the X-Men movies because that's where something he needs is. But then he pushes them out of the time stream into the Avengers.
Right, because Spectrum's hanging out there. I forgot.
Right, and like they're all in it. Like
she's so important to his plan. He's like, I need to go get Spectrum.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then once he gets her and this kid, then they, hold hands and turn it into the old-timey Doom's like little castle or whatever. I don't know. It's gonna be great. That's Fantastic
we have
Four.
Only Spider-Man until Doomsday, which is insane. That's
and
crazy.
Like 4 shows if you don't, if you don't count the shows.
Yeah.
The Vision show, that's probably good because that's how those go. I mean, listen, you guys didn't watch Agatha because you're homophobic and stuff, but it was great.
And I think,
and you hate
right,
women, right?
Yeah, hates women. Yeah.
And the fact that person is making another show, I'm like, fuck yeah, keep going.
All right, fair enough.
But then there's the Wonder Man show that is going to come out at some point.
Right.
There's that Wakanda show that just came out. It doesn't really probably have any bearing on the rest of this.
Wonder Man did beat Doom when Doom used Purple Man's powers to take over the world.
That's true. I thought you were going to say Wonder Man showed up at this movie. Did you guys see that?
No.
Yeah. Wonder Man was at the premiere of this. Yaya, as in character, got interviewed on the red carpet.
Oh, I thought you meant in the movie.
No, but I mean like it's so confusing because Yaya was like, I've always loved Wonder Man. I'm Simon Williams. I'm so excited to do a Wonder Man movie. So it's like, wait, does Wonder Man exist in this universe as like a guy already? And then what are you? Or like, is it a cartoon character that now you're making the movie of, and you got the superpowers? I don't know. But either way, I thought that was cute. And then there's the zombie show. I think that's the other one. And another season of Spider-Man. That Spider-Man cartoon was pretty good. What a hot streak, you guys.
Woke.
It was woke-ish. Because Norman Osborn was black. But, and that's it. That's all you need. Was this movie woke?
I mean, so they made Silver Surfer a woman, but they made Silver Surfer a woman so that Johnny wouldn't be gay.
Yeah. And they made Ben Grimm Jewish, but they didn't make him
Jewish.
But they made him explicitly Jewish in this movie, right? Like they put that on screen, but also they had him say he's not really practicing or something, or just go to for that reason.
Sue talks about how important being a mom is, and most importantly of all, financially successful.
Yeah.
That second weekend not looking so hot.
It definitely made enough money to be worth it, right? Like I think it made.
Oh yeah.
I think it's already made more than the other two.
It's just not going to do Superman
we all hate.
money. It seems.
Well,
what is Superman money?
So
It's a What is the box office? Because I haven't really checked into this. 370 million worldwide. Yeah, I feel like Superman was like a little bit beyond that, but
I mean, it's at
certainly
550.
it's certainly no a Minecraft movie money.
no, yeah, neither of them are gonna hit that. Well, Superman came out what 2-3 weeks earlier than this, so like you figure in that amount of time, is it possible for Fantastic Four to make that ground up? I don't know. Probably not.
Yeah,
I'm
it
not
only
like
made 40 million in its second weekend. Like, there's just no way.
Well, it had some competition from the greatest movie ever, which we'll talk about. But
Bad Guys
yeah.
too.
Bad Guys 2, that's right. Yeah, that had Sexy Fox in it. You love that. And Natasha Lyonne was in it. And if you want to see a movie with Natasha Lyonne, you only got one option in theaters today, baby. And it's Other Guys.
And it's I was gonna say it's not this
whatever
one.
The fuck those are called.
The Bad Guys.
Yeah, I saw that first one.
Of course you did. It has
yeah.
Sam Rockwell in it.
It does, yeah. And I was like, oh, the animation looks fine, and it was, but I don't know. I haven't seen the new one. I'll probably end up watching it. But yeah. What else? I guess that's it.
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you guys want to get to our classic segment?
Yeah.
I would love that.
All right, let's recommend some things to some things to the fine people. DJ, what do you have to recommend?
Oh man, what do I have to recommend? I have a half-hearted recommendation. Maybe like 3/4. I've been watching the Unreal wrestling docuseries on Netflix. It's okay. It is definitely for wrestling fans. Like, they're trying to like market it. It's like, well, it's kind of like F1 where you could totally not be into wrestling and use this as a gateway, and you can't. It's not even close to F1. Like, F1 truly was like how they contextualize it. Like, they spoon-fed you to the point where, you know, they're like, we're going to tell you the story of like an F1 season, because unlike wrestling, like F1 seasons are like more or less their own things. Like, there's some carryover from season to season, but like you really could tell like the full story within a single like F1 season. And that's what that show, I don't want to say did. Like, I guess it still does it well. I haven't watched an F1 season in a minute. But like the Drive to Survive show, like, very specifically told storytelling of a season very well. Like this is more like, hey, you want to see some like fun behind the scenes things with some of your favorite wrestlers, and like watch this. So like if you're like a fan of wrestling, then like I think the Unreal stuff is like good, but like if you're not, like it's not. So that's why it's like a half-hearted, like 3/4 hearted show. And again, who knows when this is being recorded, but like I might not be as high on wrestling given some recent developments and choices that I super don't agree with. At least WWE, you know, maybe I'll watch AEW, but like I would need to know where to find it. No one knows where to find AEW. So I don't know. That's just like the thing I've been watching. I mean, I finished Squid Game, but I ain't fucking recommended Squid Game. So
wow.
Absolutely not.
Wow.
There's just no way.
How the mighty have fallen.
Although, I don't know if I could, I won't spoil it, but there is a funny thing that happens at the end of Squid Game with a certain actress that made me immediately think of you. Because for some reason I always think of you when I think of this actress. Anyway, that's all. Diggins, what do you got to rec?
I'll just get through two ones real quick right here. First of all, I watched a little movie from 1995. I saw it in theaters. They were doing a repertory screening because it's the 30th anniversary. A little movie by the name of Before Sunrise.
Oh, people love those.
Yeah, it's the first in Richard Linklater's Before trilogy, which is 3 movies about like the very long boiling romance between Ethan Hawke and Julie Delpy. Before Sunrise is the first one, which is they're just both on a train to Vienna. Julie Delpy's going back home to Paris, and Ethan Hawke is going to catch a plane to go back home. But he has like a full day before his plane leaves. So when he's getting off in Vienna, because they've like started talking and kind of hitting it off, he's like, "Do you want to just get off the train with me right now, and we'll just spend the next like 16 hours together. And she ends up doing it, and it's just this. It's basically just like a hangout movie of the two of them as they sort of like have all these different conversations, do all these different things in Vienna, and it's just like a romance movie that's just about sort of like this sort of indelible connection they feel, and like the sort of like the small like little things that like a lot of other romance movies, especially at the time, wouldn't really show because they're not like the big things. And it's a really good movie. It's you know, a very sweet and romantic movie, but it's also, it really captures, I think, that feeling of this sort of like immediate like chemistry and like connection. Ethan Hawke and Julie Delpy are both like fantastic, and like you really do feel the sort of like I said, chemistry between them. So I was really a big fan of that. I also a friend got me to start watching a little HBO show, very influential on the state of TV, expensive. So like an early HBO show from like the early 2000s that left its mark on television and really kind of changed the game in many ways. And of course, you guys know what show I'm talking about.
Oh yeah. This is the Entourage. You're talking about Entourage. It's not really about TV. It's about movies, but you know he does some TV work. Vince does what he has to do. Yeah. Johnny's on TV in Viking Quest. That's true.
Yeah, he was on that show that's like Hercules or whatever.
Yeah, Viking Quest.
That's it. No, I'm talking about victory. I'm talking about Rome.
Oh, Rome.
Mm-hmm. Did you guys ever watch Rome?
No, my mom watched Rome. I heard it was good, and then I kind of forgot about it. Is it good?
I've only seen like the first few episodes at this point, but I'm enjoying it quite a lot. I mean, you know, I'm the average man who, you know, spends every day thinking about the Roman Empire
and hates women.
Mm-hmm. So both of those things make the series Rome appeal to me.
That's right.
But no, I mean, obviously it's not like fully historically accurate, but it's takes place in the period of Julius Caesar's rise to power, or at least this first season does, which is, you know, just an interesting time period. It also has so many actors who appear in so many HBO and just TV things. You know, your Kieran's Hines, your Ray Stevenson, your James's Purefoy.
Who's that? I feel like I should know who that is.
He plays Mark Antony in the show.
Oh.
It's James Purefoy, right? Yeah, it is James Purefoy.
Yeah.
He's not quite, but he's not quite as famous as those other two guys I said, maybe. But he was in Altered Carbon,
and Mr. Monk's Last Case, a Monk movie.
Yeah,
I haven't watched that yet.
He was in Pennyworth, the prequel to Gotham.
Oh, Pennyworth, the story of Batman's butler.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, they got rid of that subheading on like the IMDb. But it was in all the posters, and they should have to call it that. Like it should be the rules that they can't.
It should be illegal to not call it that.
Yeah, it's like false advertising. You're like, oh, this isn't that one with the stupid title, but no, it is. Remember how that picture of it where it's like a bunch of normal guys in like World War I or whatever, and then a big giant blue man with like robot parts or something.
Yeah, I do.
I watch that one of these days.
Stupid.
It's probably pretty boring. But yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, also like there's Indira Varma, Kerry Condon, Tobias Menzies, like a lot of guys you've seen.
Indira Varma from Creature Commandos. We all love that. Mm-hmm. Remember her in that. Who plays Julius Caesar?
Who went on to do shows about like commandos, where at least one of them is a weird big guy.
That's right. Oh, and Kieran Hines is the Julius Caesar. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, Kieran Hines is Julius Caesar. But yeah, so it's really like the template for, you know, your Games of Thrones, the sort of like big fantasy series with big sets and like again, it's not fantasy, it's historical fiction, but still. They didn't know how to film battles yet. It's kind of
Oh,
hilarious. But
that's fun.
But the um the character drama of it is still really compelling. So I'm quite enjoying that. So that's Rome for my second rec. What about you, Nando? Anything to rec?
I have a couple things, so I'll go through them in order of importance. I watched, let's see, bottom of the list. I watched The Life of Chuck. Came on VOD recently. I was kind of curious about this movie. It's Loki, but there's a bunch of other people in it, and like it's a ton of stars. And it's based on a Stephen King novella, directed by Mike Flanagan, who wrote that Clayface movie that they had to rewrite from the ground up. So really excited about that. But now we don't really know. I feel like I know nothing about The Life of Chuck, but it's weird as like about the original story. But I feel it's got such a saccharine kind of like, wow, life really is something, isn't it? Kind of like thing that I can't quite take it seriously or like it fully, because like I think it's kind of getting like, I think you get like some warm feelings based on like, wow, that guy really danced a lot, that's important to him. But like I don't know, I'm not sure if the movie is actually good. I also think it starts real strong and then just kind of ends in a way that I didn't have as strong feelings about. But I don't know, it's kind of interesting. I was really curious about it, didn't see it in theaters, so I'm glad I got to watch it on VOD. Speaking of VOD, this isn't necessarily, I guess it's a movie. I watched the Predator, the animated movie, Predator Killer of Killers, which is like on Hulu, I think. And it's like a anthology, 3 movies. Like it's a movie long thing, but it's 3 stories set in history. So kind of following what happened with Prey and like why that worked. They send a predator, like it's a story of a predator in samurai times, a predator in Viking times, and a predator in World War II. And like people kind of going like, what the fuck is that? And then trying to kill it or not. It's fun. I think it was good. It really makes you hate predators. And not just hate them in terms of like they're killing people I like, but hate them in terms of like, who the fuck, you guys suck. Like, you're not cool. You have way too much technology. You're big giant guys with weapons that automatically kill everybody. Like, you're not the greatest hunters that ever lived. In fact, you are potentially the worst hunters that ever lived. But like, the fact that their religion is based on, hunting makes me go like, you guys kind of suck. And maybe that's what they're going to get at in the new movie, because the new movie has a protagonist that is a predator and it has a human like robot character played by Elle Fanning, who I think could be like,
one of
you
the
guys
androids
fucking suck.
with the weird milky white blood.
Yep. So I'm hoping that they get at that. But otherwise, I think the animation's great and the movie's fun. I did, there are parts I enjoyed more than others, but it was cool. It also, they added like a post-credit scene to the post-credit scene. And they just did that. And I'm sure they had a reason. It was probably like some sort of contract negotiation or something. It's dumb. But I don't know, whatever. Next thing, in order of things that I liked. So we're getting closer to the top. I watched the Wakanda show, the Black Panther show that they secretly released on Disney Plus on,
all
it
at
was supposed to come out in like August, but then like in late August, but then they just pushed up to early August. And I assume they've just done the math and gone, doesn't matter what we do with this, promote it or not promote it, it's gonna make $0 either way. So they just put it out there.
That's true of all streaming things.
Exactly. And like, you know what? Then great, but we'll figure it out eventually. It takes everybody a couple weeks to figure out what's the good thing. But like K-pop bounty hunter or K-pop demon hunters, eventually the cream rises to the top. And I think this is not quite as good as that. But this was pretty good. It's 4 episodes, also an anthology, also taking place in different eras, like historical eras, but focusing on the Black Panthers, like CIA guys, kind of. They're spies that Nakia was part of, and for retrieving artifacts that have been taken from Wakanda. So it's like there's this artifact and it's in ancient Troy. So we got to do the siege of Troy, or like we got to join up with the guys that are doing that and then, maybe betray them or whatever. Fine. It's also like animated, like Predator Killer of Killers, and the animation's cool. Got going for a very specific style. And it has like it ties itself together in a way that I kind of like, and I think it has like a kind of smart arc over the course of the 4 episodes. I don't think it says anything really interesting about like imperialism or anything like that that hasn't already been said in like the first Black Panther movie, but I think it's cool. A lot of voice actors that are not like Marvel people, because none of these characters are characters we've met before, but people who you may be like, oh yeah, he's from that thing. It also introduced an Iron Fist in the third episode, not the one that stinks, but a new one from history. Like that part was cool. And it's like I said, 4 episodes. It's about as long as a movie. You can really blow through that in an afternoon. The last thing, and this would have been more fun, not more fun, but a little bit more surprising if, and today is still Friday when we started recording this. You guys, this afternoon, because I was so curious, I went to the theater to see if comedy was truly back. If comedy was truly
is
legal
comedy
again.
dead? Is it illegal?
It may have been illegal before, but at least in my eyes, it seems like it might be alive again. Because I watched the Naked Gun or whatever we're calling that one, and I really liked it. I think I love the original ones and Police Squad and everything that like is that, that this is a legacy sequel to. It very much, one thing that I noticed having seen it and like thought have some time to process it. There's a joke that's different in the trailer from how it is in the regular movie. That I think was interesting, and I'll just say it because I think this trailer joke plays like pretty strong, and it's not the one about O.J. Simpson. It's the other one. That one was good, but this is a bit where the character Frank Drebin Jr., played by Liam Neeson, who, besides the fact that he is very good at this and like very like a good person to take up the reins, also just has a name that kind of unhelpfully sounds a lot like Leslie Nielsen. So talking about it, easy to get them confused. But Liam Neeson's character is interrogating what's his name, Busta Rhymes, who is some sort of like criminal who's involved in bank robbery. Frank Drebin Jr. reads his rap sheet and says, you were serving 20 years for manslaughter. And then and Busta Rhymes says manslaughter, and Liam Neeson says must have been quite the joke, right? That's the bit in the trailer. Mm-hmm. Great joke, loved it. In the movie it plays like this: you're serving 20 years for manslaughter, must have been quite the joke. And then he says manslaughter, and then Frank Drebin's like, oh, and then kind of moves on. I think that's interesting because I think it's edited in the trailer the way you would edit, I think the best way. I think it's funnier in the trailer, but the way that it plays in the movie feels like how the Naked Gun movies tend to do bits like that, and how you have to take a second for all of the characters to kind of go like, Frank's an idiot, or like for the audience to kind of enjoy that. And while I don't think it worked better that way in like that specific instance, I do think a lot of the other jokes that I had not seen any bits of in the trailer, felt like they worked because of how they stuck to that formula. So that was interesting. Pamela Anderson was good, very good in it. I would say like Liam Neeson's like on screen pretty much the whole time, and like I was very impressed by him. He sits through some of it, not all of it, and that was impressive. And he stands. Yep.
Wow.
He does have scenes in a car, and I love those scenes. I do think there's bits in the trailer that I didn't really think were that funny, but then in the context of the movie, they're much funnier. Specifically, the bit where it's like he's got to poop real bad. That I remember seeing the trailer and going, why are we spending so much time with that? The setup in the movie makes it much funnier. I will also say Paul Walter Hauser's in it, not as much as you would hope because he was probably filming this. Like, he's busy with 8 other movies, but I think he's great in it as the new kind of chief, but not quite the chief, because he's under CCH Pounder, who is their boss, and she's also really funny in it. I love her. Like she's great. But I was really impressed with Danny Huston, who we all recognize from The Crow, as the villain from The Crow, and like an actor that I think can do this shit in his sleep, like this villain role, the same way that Liam Neeson can do Taken in his sleep. But like, you know, if you don't remember Danny Huston from that, if you didn't see The Crow, he's a bad guy in X-Men Origins Wolverine. He's very good at being the guy behind the scenes. In this, he plays like, and he plays the same role in Game Night and Wonder Woman. Like, just looking at his IMDb, I'm like, oh yeah, he's everywhere. In this movie, he's more of an Elon Musk type, although he's not pretending to be Elon Musk, but he's like a tech genius who has self-driving cars and whatever. But like some of the back and forth between him and Liam Neeson when they're doing that thing where like Liam Neeson clearly knows this guy's dirty and this guy knows Liam Neeson's a cop, but neither of them want to say it because it's early in the movie. It's so funny, and it's, I think, because of how well Danny Houston like sells some of the lines. I don't know. I really like this movie. My audience, I saw it at like an afternoon because I saw it earlier this afternoon on Friday, the day it is.
That's right.
But so it wasn't packed. There were people there, but it was like an early showing. But my audience was having a really good time with it. And like there were certain scenes that I think where I was like hearing lots and lots of laughter. Specifically, the sex scene is super funny and one of the most memorable, I think, parts of the movie. I think what a lot of people will leave the movie liking the most.
Well, people do like sex the most.
Exactly. Even Zoomers. I think this is such a funny sex scene. The Zoomers will allow it. But just this one.
I don't know. I think Nando, does it like advance the plot at all? The sex scene.
You know, in some ways, kind of. It's great, and you know,
I guess
I'm curious what people think of the movie. I haven't, besides reviewers, I haven't spoken to people who've seen it. But I do enjoy going on like the subreddit, like the movie subreddit, and just seeing people talk about this movie, because then it's kind of like the same thing happened with Friendship. You're reminded of all the funny lines that you kind of forgot about, and you're like, oh right, that bit was so funny. My favorite individual line comes from an actor that is talking to Danny Houston that is just some rich guy, has a really, really funny bit in a presentation scene. People that see the movie know what that is. So I think it's worth going to the theater if you like Naked Gun kind of movies. It's directed by Kiva Schaffer.
Comedy to be legal again.
So that's my one thing. So I think I love that they're doing this and like people are coming out for this comedy. And like I said, it's written by Kiva Schaffer. So if you liked Hot Rod and like Pop Star and those like Lonely Island comedies, this is in the same vein as that. But I feel like if this works, and if I don't know what amount of money it takes for this to be successful, but if this is successful, I worry that every comedy movie is going to now advertise itself as the thing that's going to save comedy movies. And if you don't see it, you really don't care about comedy movies. And it'll only work this time because the movie is funny. But I'm happy that it's getting attention, and like, I don't know, it's good. So I would recommend that the most out of all my things. And you know, it's in theaters now, and if you go see it, it'll be in theaters for a while, and if you don't, it'll be on VOD in like a week or something. So, you know, go see it unless you want to watch it at home. Then actively don't, because that's how this game is played now. I don't know which studio produced this movie, so it's hard to say. I know like some seem to be more streaming shy than others, but yeah. So those are mine. What are we doing next week, fellas? Speaking of streaming movies.
Man. There's a war of some worlds.
A little ditty that's currently sitting at 0% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Hey, only 12 reviews.
Yeah.
Give those reviewers some time to put their reviews
That's
in Diggins.
true.
We're going to trust the
like
12 random people.
And they need to process it. You know, like you see a movie like that
too.
and it takes you a couple days to like go,
what?
wow,
Yeah.
that really was what I thought it was. And
it truly was
so,
a war of the worlds.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what
could
we
it have
think.
been? So we're going to be watching the Amazon War of the Worlds with what's his name. I've seen it called War of the Worlds Reboot in like circles. I almost kind of wish that was the title of it. But it's but yeah, it's the one that came out in 2025, like this year, starring Ice Cube and among others. And I have watched 2/3 of it, so I know it's insane. I'm excited for these guys to see it.
Nice.
And yeah, that podcast will be out soon. And then what are we doing after that, fellas?
It's time. Finally, for real. This is the charity. It's happening. We swear.
It's happening on the day we said last time we talked about it, DJ?
No, obviously not. You know.
We thought about it. You know what? We did the math.
It's my fault.
We looked at all the numbers and we decided that actually the most optimal time for this is the 14th of August. That's when we're going to raise the most money. So we said, based on like the math. So we looked at it and we said, well, we'd really like to stick with our scheduled time because otherwise it'll make us seem kind of flaky. But we got to raise the most money. So we're going to move it one more time to August 14th.
solid 2 months after our first initial projections for when we would do this.
That's
the
fine.
information keeps coming in, and we keep having to change it. But again, this is all for the good of the charity. So if you're mad at us, it's more like you're wanting trans people to not get as much money for their law center.
Oh my God.
So you're a bad person. Anyway, this is so it's the 14th. We're doing it from 5 p.m. Eastern to like 10 p.m.
Question
Eastern.
mark.
To question marks.
Yeah, question mark.
Fun.
I think I was thinking I have it in my calendar as the Tight 90-a-thon, and I realized it is technically 270 minutes, so it is kind of like how a marathon's like 27 miles. But yeah, so we're going to be watching 3 movies. We've never told the others what we're watching. We're assuming the others haven't seen them, or maybe they have, and it's funny that they have.
I will be shocked if you have seen mine.
Same.
Yeah. And right now, we'll try. And the other thing is, we'll try to keep them easy for you guys to see, because obviously we're not going to stream. We'll stream our reactions, and we'll give you guys some time to get ready. But we want you guys to be able to watch it with us, so it's probably going to be on some streaming service or something like that.
Have your Tubi accounts ready. I would say.
Have your Tubi accounts
ready.
And Tubi's where all the great movies are. So
That's true.
You know. So yeah, we'll do that at those times. There will be like a regular fundraiser, so you'll be able to watch the movies with us and laugh and stuff and see us react to it live. And then also donate money and then get stuff. So that's the most important thing. So this one will be August 14th, 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. Even if earlier in this podcast today, I don't remember, but we may have said a different time. But now it's this time.
Things changed over the past 5 hours or whatever.
Exactly.
This is a long
Jesus Christ.
Now
it's been 2 days.
It has. Oh wow! I don't know. It's been one simple amount of time.
This has been one 5-hour recording session.
So do you guys have anything to plug? DJ plugs.
Roses and Rejections on the Pop Break podcast feed. You guys know the drill. It's still Bachelor in Paradise season, so
your favorite.
Yeah.
Love it. Diggins, what about you?
No, Nando, what about you?
Videos. I make videos all the time. Some that I'm working on now or that will be out soon. I made a video about the Spider-Man suit because we saw the Spider-Man suit for the first time. And like kind of we heard some things about that movie. We got some actors confirmed for it. It's interesting. So that I did a video about the Wakanda show. If you want like a recommendation for it and kind of just to know, what I thought of it. It's mostly just kind of like a, hey, you should watch it. It's not spoilery. I did a video as part of another fundraiser for water resources about which Avenger is the wettest, who spends the most time in water. So you can watch that on my Nando Cut channel. Yep. I have some thoughts, and I also very, very strategically left some out on purpose. So everybody that's like, he forgot that one. No, that's one I left out on purpose. So if you put it in the comments, I'll see it and go, that person who said that in the comments is smart. That's all on my Nando Cut channel. And then my Nando V Movies channel, I think I did do something. Oh, I put up my the Thunderbolts it's not Thunderbolts' fault for not making $1 billion. My video about that, which means on Nebula, my what was Phase 5 about video is out, which I really like. So that will be out soon on YouTube. And so that's the stuff. And I'm gonna be on Overly Sarcastic podcast. I don't know if it's out yet. I should probably check. But they have a bonus podcast about Superman where I say some things about Superman. That was a lot of fun. So I'll put links to that and stuff. But next week, far in the future, we'll be talking about War of the World. Woo! Until then, I've been at Nando V Movies on Twitter.
I'm at Zippy by Day.
I'm at C Diggins exclusively on Bluesky.
Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
Bye, guys.
Peace. Bye.